and all my stuff around. Just gonna plug my actual the big boy microphone in. I think the microphone should be in. But yeah, hopefully this is all right. I'm gonna launch a poll. First, I'll turn all the comments on. It'll be good to see everybody. Um, and also, yeah. Yeah. Um, so what am I doing? Okay, cool. And so yeah, today we'll have some I'll pull up a couple news stories. Uh, Donald Trump obviously is always in the news. And so we'll see just if anything news going on, any breaking news or anything kind of whatever. And yeah, that and then yeah, the sort of theme of the stream is people are clumsy. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody. Theme of the stream is that people are clumsy, man. I'm certainly clumsy. Breaking, losing, sort of half getting ideas and stuff right or wrong or whatever. But yeah, so figured I'd go through some news, and then if people want to talk religion, philosophy, breaking news, politics, whatever that kind of stuff, I'm here for it. I'm just hanging out for a couple hours. But yeah, we didn't do a live stream on the channel yesterday. The reason we didn't go live yesterday is I don't know, no real good reason. One of my good friends, Breakfast Tacos, was doing a stream yesterday, and so I was spending a little time over there hanging out. He runs a secular atheist channel. I do mod there. You guys know that I'm not trying to deconvert anyone or do that deconstruction stuff here. I'd rather have a conversation, but um, let me, the one, but like as for like news and stuff, I don't know. There's I haven't seen anything on the Ghislaine Maxwell meetings with the Justice Department. It's sort of crazy. I think people are finally coming to terms that the Epstein case, as much as it was hyped up, looked like a lot of other cases. You know, the one thing that was really unique about it isn't even that he was a billionaire. It was just that the initial indictment was like so strong. The initial indictment basically said that, well, anywhere that whatever his face that Epstein goes, the Justice Department is going to have like whatever it is, an eye in the sky on it. And so hey, what's up? Tord Larson. Good to see you. Good to see you. Um yeah, and so I don't actually even, uh, Ghislaine Maxwell was obviously convicted, and that's very consistent with that initial indictment of Epstein. The initial indictment said that Epstein had set up, these private sort of sex trafficking networks. But yeah, the sort of story that they told was that, picture this billionaire, this sort of globe-trotting guy, and he goes around, and anywhere that he has a residence or a home or that he stays more than a week, he sets up these sort of really nasty, clandestine, almost like human trafficking things. Um, and so, who knows? Who knows? I think now that people are seeing that Donald Trump doesn't want to release the Epstein files, that you know, um, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, we're just hanging out, man. Just hanging out toward man, person, whoever. Sorry. Yeah, I figured I'd just fill some airtime with some like reading some news and stuff like that. But yeah, we're not really doing all that much. I put the title of the stream as, people are clumsy. Let's talk religion, philosophy, and stuff like that. I myself am, you know, I don't know. I've just realized all the times I've gotten like ideas and philosophy and political stories wrong. Like I didn't understand exactly what was happening in the world, and so that was the title of the stream. Yeah, and so this story is from NBC. It's on Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever, though, and it says Ghislaine Maxwell's meeting with Justice Department shrouded in secrecy. Former prosecutors and lawyers for victims Question what occurred and who was present during 2 days of interviews with the Jeffrey Epstein accomplice and convicted sex trafficker. Um, yeah, and so that's another weird thing about how the justice system works a little bit is you're allowed to like once you have a case that's sort of accepted by the state, um, or kind of makes progress. If you're on that case and something is updated, you might also still have, even after a conviction, you might have a role in that legal process. If you're the victims' rights advocates, you need to be in the know about what a judge might be saying or doing, and kind of understanding what sort of legal process is happening. So I don't think this story actually talks about like a Donald Trump pardon. I honestly don't know how strong the evidence was against Ghislaine Maxwell in the first place. Maybe it was the case. Obviously the charges are super serious with like major victims and stuff like that. But um, who knows? Who knows? Um, yeah. Someone said, these are the kind of funny things that I'm a millennial. I'm 35. This is the kind of stuff you used to hear. This is a quote. I've never heard a deputy attorney general doing anything like this before, said a former Justice Department official who spoke on the condition of anonymity. So people just saying that, like, look, you're not treating this case like other cases, even though there's maybe good reasons why we would expect that you would. And yeah. But yeah, to everyone watching, happy Saturday. Hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. Um, Grace Sledge, what up? How you doing? Hope everybody's doing good. Um, yeah, I had sort of a chill day. I don't know. I went to a farmer's market with the fam. Um, and so yeah, it was nice. I got the like little local roast house coffee or whatever it is. The local roast house coffee was really good. Um, and then yeah, I raced up a hill, and then that was it. That's the story. Um, Jack Carroll, a lawyer representing roughly 20 Epstein victims, said he asked to attend the Maxwell interviews but was not included. That's a lot of. Hey, what up, baby bruh? What up, big bro? How you doing, baby bruh, big bruh? Hope you're doing well. Hey, what up, 80? How you doing? Hope you're well. I'm doing good. I'm chilling. Chilling. I just got off of a right before this, I got off a panel. I don't know. There are some people that were debating about traditional roles in relationships and stuff like that. It was cool. What up, Lexi's edits? Hello, yellow. Hope you're well. Is that a little emoji? Yeah, nice little daisy next to your name. That's pretty cool. I like flowers. I also like that yellow color. I always show this is the painting that I didn't have room for behind me on my dresser. It's got a couple of those different yellow hues and orange hues. I'm a crappy artist, but it was fun to do anyways. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, but that the panel I was just on was a green. Green's a cool color too. Um yeah, the panel I was just on was wild. They were talking about traditional relationships, and like this one guy flipped out. I mean, he didn't flip out. It was just his personality or how he approached, the situation or scenario or whatever. No offense, but um, he was like, I have power in a relationship, and if I'm married and I don't like it, I'll get a divorce. That's power. And then like later he flipped out and was like, I'll tell a B word, STFU. I was like, no, that's not a panel discussion. That's actually saying that like I'm abusive or controlling, right? You know, I wouldn't, and maybe I'm like, this is my dumb boy man brain or whatever, whatever that means. But like, I was kind of slow on that point that if somebody tells you like and this isn't like I'm not trying to dox anyone, right? Obviously, but like if someone tells you like I consider it power to get divorced in a relationship, it's like no, uh that's basically like 90% of the wrong stuff, right? Why would anyone be in a relationship with someone that says, "Well, my power is I can just end the relationship." Do you think you'd be happier in a different country than the US? I don't know. I love my US degree, that's for sure. I love my US degree. I was chatting in another live stream earlier when I was just browsing. It's one of my subscriptions. He's a political science professor or something like that, but I was chatting about like leftist literature and stuff like this, left-leaning methodology. And so education's obviously like really important to me personally. Um the sort of other side of that or whatever is that like yeah, it's stressful to live in the United States. Um Oops, did I knock anything? No. Okay, so this yeah, it's not that like America's sort of anti-fragile, but like Donald Trump always talks about winning in competition. I mean, that's cool if you're part of MAGA, but the president saying ISIS is our most violent enemy. It's like, well, no, it's not. Like ISIS is a non-state group. They're certainly very violent. Certainly endorsed a lot of violence, but like that kind of stuff's always stressful to hear. What up, Shakespeare? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Did I check the Nassim Taleb book? No, I didn't. That was the one that was about like consciousness and space time and stuff like that. Oh, the day trader guy, the day trader. Um, no, I did have a discussion about fine tuning and the fine tuning constant. I don't know if that counts, AD. Um, yeah. I mean, that stuff's a little too practical. Like, I don't know if anyone here is into like statistics and that quantitative stuff. Um, for me, like it's interesting to talk about. It's always interesting to see how the real world is modeled, and there's actually some really cool, even like open source publications. Shakespeare maybe has seen some of these, where they'll actually like map out the different like networks and politics and society and stuff like this. And they're very cool. You get this like interactive graph back. Nassim might be doing more predictive modeling and stuff like that for obviously like quantitative trading or something. But the statistics is always interesting in like physics and the sort of curiosity, awe, wonder, you know looking at cosmology and listening to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, or whoever it is. Dr. Becky's an astrophysicist. She's really cool YouTube channel and stuff too. Um and like statistics plays a huge role in that stuff. Yeah. Oh, anti-fragile is in the same Taleb concept. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's neat. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sarah Simmons? I do a little bit. I remember your PFP and stuff like that. I think somebody asked about like relationship something or another. That's all I remember. I don't. Sorry, but yeah, good to see you again. Happy Saturday. Hopefully you're good. All that stuff. What's up, Stephen Winston? Crisis? What crisis? Just play golf and make deals. Who cares? I'm Teflon Don. Nothing sticks to me or La Familia, La Costa Nostra, the Don King Kong for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Very very weird. Donald Trump certainly has published a lot and advertised a lot about his family. I don't know if I'd ever be comfortable doing that or why I would. But yeah, I understand it a little bit. Don's Don, right? Sarah, I don't know. Someone said ah. Someone in chat said ah, and the YouTube moderator blocked it. What's my best read? Um, I'm not that big of a reader. Sorry. Um, but yeah. Rousseau's Social Contract is a good read. I think everyone should read Hobbes' Leviathan. And this is because I think of myself as like a systemic thinker. Like I like to know how and why stuff works and why people say what they say. Um, yeah, and so uh, um, like Spinoza's very interesting. He's very structured and axiomatic. I don't think he's right about anything, but yeah, green parallelograms. That's very cool. That's very cool. Um, it's very cool. So yeah. Yeah, but systemic thought does create these very like three-dimensional ideas, you know? I and this is just like poetic or whatever, but if you've ever seen like Spinoza's what was Spinoza's? It wasn't logic or um, the ethics, not the logic. Yeah, sorry, brain fart. But if you've ever seen Spinoza's Ethics, it's kind of a cool text. It's kind of a cool text, and in the big scheme of philosophy, it's very important because it's both philosophy and theology. It comes from this really rich period of time where you had city states and empires and Enlightenment thinking starting to really like kick off. He's from Northern Europe, so he was from these places that should have been considered pretty wealthy, starting to get into like like modern politics and stuff like that a little bit. Um, and and yeah, uh, and yeah, some of the arguments when you just extract his like syllogisms and stuff like that are very flat. They're very two-dimensional. You don't it might take a lot of like one part of your brain to read them and understand them, but they don't seem like they're about the world at large. Um, and so for, like understanding where Spinoza comes from, or if you're not that into theology or it's too Christian for you or something, um, read Hobbes, right? I don't think Hobbes was actually a Christian. And he does have like it's difficult to make Hobbes's sort of Leviathan, this grand political theory idea about how we give rights to this leader, but it's because we're intrinsically valuable as individuals. We're the decider and decision maker of this. And it's very rich, very complex idea. Hey, what up, Amy? Hey, Reza, meow. Meow meow, what up? What's good, homie? Hope you're well. Meow meow meow. Chicka chicka boom saw. What's up? Chicka chicka boom boom. Inserto. Inserto, is it a concerto of sorts, or it's just inserto? Um, you're like the biggest, this Nassim Taleb guy. I'm gonna have to get more into this. I remember that when you told me this last time, he had like a series. He's written Anti-Fragile, Bed of Prosciutto, Black Swan, and Fooled by Randomness. Fooled by Hobbes again. Do I go gay all the way? Yeah, I don't know. I gotta update my gay is good argument, but yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Um, hey, what's up, Doodlebop? That's a cool surname. That's a cool YouTube surname. All the way gay. Once again, Nyum. Yeah, for sure. Sometimes. Or am I about that? Hey, what up, Nate Higgs? That's my name as well, Nate Higgs. Who knows? Maybe we come from the same white family, but no, I'm not white power at all. Uh, not a big fan. Would you rather watch a tree grow or tree or grass, Ross? Both of those are good. Hey, James, what's up? No, I'm not actually gay. Um, you know, no offense, but I did a grassroots fundraising for human rights campaign back in the day. So that was very cool. This was before there were any constitutional protections for LGBTQ plus. It was also a job, right? So not a very serious job, but yeah, that was cool. It's cool when in a single day you get to have, we think of like online chat rooms being intense, but like I was having 10 to 15 conversations. It was based on a script, at least initially, but you know, 10 to 15 conversations about policy, politics, about like what you might consider an ethical or social issue, like gay rights and like employment law. So that was a cool experience. Yeah, but hey, what up, James Reacher? You got auto modded, but that's cool. That's cool. Hassan Piker or Sam Hyde. I don't even know who Sam Hyde is. Um, I think Anna Kasparian would beat both of them. Sam Hyde is a comedian, and he does like Instagram shows or something. He does sketch comedy. Yeah, I would go with I don't know if I would pick Anna Kasparian if it was a physical fight or like a boxing match or something. If it was a boxing match, I would pick Anna Kasparian. If it was a battle of wit, I'd have to go with the comedian. I'd have to go with the funny man, funny guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think React videos are bad for your brain. Not always, right? You know, there are like millennial versions of Reacts and stuff like that too. But yeah, she might not even show up. You know, honestly, and I don't mean to like diss Anna Kasparian, but if she scheduled a fight with people, I might get to show day and she's like, again, kind of whatever, but she might be like, yeah, I'm not gonna do this. Watch some Sam Hyde. Anna is a loser. I like Anna Kasparian. She's very nice. She's very nice. She's very well educated. She spent a lot of time in politics talking about issues with a lot of, well informed, educated people with strong beliefs and opinions. So, yeah, I would have nothing bad to say about Anna Kasparian. Um, you know, I think it's very easy with something like October 7th to get lost in the sauce a little bit. Like I don't mean that too like in a too bad of a way, but with the war in Palestine and all the rhetoric that's happened since the beginning of the war, truly, um, to like kind of lose sight of some stuff. But see ya, AD. Have a good one. That's all well and good, but can she take a punch? Um, yeah, again, I still think she wouldn't show up. Yeah, I don't think she'd care about it that much. Um, just to be honest, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Can we be honest? Let's just be real. Let's see what else. Did anyone see Donald Trump yelling at a helicopter about Europe? There was a helicopter and he was like, Europe, you're losing the most beautiful. I can't do that accent, but Europe, you're losing the most beautiful part of your country. That's what he sounded like. Europe is beautiful. Do you know what it is to be in Europe? It's to be European. You're losing it. So, Caesar or Alexander? Uh, Alexander of Dingistan. I don't know. Macedonia? Macedon? Macedonian diets. Macedonian diets are characterized by fresh, locally sourced ingredients and a blend of Mediterranean and Balkan culinary influences. They often feature simple dishes with meat, vegetables, bread, and pastries, with an emphasis on seasonal produce and regional specialties. Let's look up classical Macedonian diet calories per day. Yeah, I don't know. Caesar was really rich. Those guys were huge. The whole point of the Roman Republic was bureaucracy, was collecting taxes, getting food, rations, payment, and supplies out to to like smaller regiments that were connected to regional bureaucratic, politicians and tax collectors. you know, so and obviously you would have just your typical administrative stuff. I think where Romans would go out and kind of clear the roadway for folks. He'd be really into that. All politicians should have to defend their positions after elections. That's cool. What's my favorite song? Memory by Sugar Cult. Let's go with that. How about that one? No, I like Say Anything. Um, I like Say Anything a lot. Uh, so I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying Alive with the Glory of Love. That's a good song. When I watch you, wanna do you right on your doorway. Yeah, right on the foyer on this dark day. Right in plain view. Oh, yeah, of the whole ghetto. The brutes stomp meadows, but we ignore that. Yeah. You're lovely, baby. This war is crazy. I won't let you down. Oh, no, no, no. Well, that's very cool. Little Ozzy Osbourne in the chat, folks. Who loves Ozzy? Let's get Ozzy up there. Let's get Ozzy up the leaderboard, folks. Yeah, I seen a couple AI edits today while I was scrolling and browsing through. I may have to up my Aussie game in the coming future. Apparently, I also have to read about now. I have to read about predictive statistics or something. Ugh, a laundry list of stuff I have to do. Laundry list of whatever, but yeah, yeah. Yeah, now I'm curious how much what was the average Roman diet under Caesar calories? I don't know if you have an average diet under the Caesar. So, according to Google AI Gemini, this says social status: richer Romans, not Richard Romans, but richer Romans could afford a wider variety of foods, including more meat and imported delicacies, according to one source. Occupation: soldiers who and those engaged in manual heavy labor required higher calorie intake. Geographical location, folks. Dietary staples and available foods differed across the vast Roman Empire, and rural versus urban. Urban dwellers often relied on more bread and communal ovens, while rural populations had uh, greater access to fresh produce and game. So yeah, no, this is saying that yeah, this is saying people ate 2,500 calories a day in Rome, so that'd be hard to beat if you're Alex in Macedonia. I don't know what they were up to. That's quite the diet, right? You got your Mediterranean diet kicking out Isaac Newton and stuff by that time. By that time. And it says, yeah, average people ate cereal grains, which themselves, cereals are incredibly high in both protein and carbohydrates. Really complex, like amino acid profile. They're very good. They're very good foods for humans. They're very smooth, easy to eat. And this says 1,500 to 2,100 calories. You could get absolutely jacked on that. They said olive oil, so olive oil was potentially 15 to 30% of daily calories, and then like wine and stuff. So who knows? Maybe they were doing some brewing and fermenting back in ancient Rome to somehow, whatever it is. Are you a cannibal? Nah. Hey, what's up, Mr. Palado? Good to see you again. My favorite food. What's your guys' favorite food? What is your favorite food? Um, I like home cooked garbanzo beans with barbecue sauce and guacamole or avocado. And then yeah, like a pea protein, like a vegan burger, like a grilled impossible burger with like vegan cheddar on like a whole grain bun or something like that. Like not good, not vegan mayo, but like mustard or something. Oreos, also Nabisco Oreos are super delicious. Sup tater salad, sup Brian Davis. Tater tots, I love tater tots. Sushi, cool. I used to eat a ton of sushi. Canuck. Yeah, we got one person who I think. What are we supposed to say? You eat whales or something? I don't know. I don't know. Chad, is there anything wrong? Yeah, Chad. Chad, chat. Is there anything wrong with being Canadian and eating whales or seals or whatever it is? Penguins? Is that right? I don't know, bro. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, right now I'm like in a deep relationship with my Chromebook and stuff like that. So I don't think about that much about food. If I can ask Google AI and Grok or Gemini or OpenAI can just tell me what I should be eating. Yeah, I'll just say, "Hey, bro, I'm running. I'm running. I'm lifting weights every day. What should I be doing?" And they'll say back like, "Oh, bro, um, you know, say, well, I'll think about it. But in reality, just kind of eat whatever you got. Gym and fridge, bro. As long as the gym and fridge is there, no worries." We got James Reacher in chat. That's a very cool name. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I think Travis is a cool name too, and it's cool because you're Canadian. So like Travis is cool, and any Western country, if you're Travis, you're probably fine. But yeah, Reacher's a cooler name. Hell yeah, hell yeah. My first name is Nate. I don't tell people my surname. My surname online is Nate or Nathan Swift or Duck. One of those two works. It works super well, I think. Hopefully. Unless the Iranian hackers, right? The Richards come after me. Yeah, you know, it would probably be funny, but it would be unsatisfying. It'd be unsatisfying. If you're good enough to crack the White House, I'll just tell you in advance, like the White House would say. You're not gonna. There's literally nothing there. Hey, what's up, Melina? Happy Saturday. Hope you're well. Yeah, Nate or Nathan, either or, Lexi. Either way, Ms. or Ms. edits. Either way. Um, yeah. Egyptian diets were the most savage. These are like one of like the three facts that I know about the world. Yeah, if you only know two or three like historical facts about the ancient world and about like the classic history period, you can't be clumsy about it. There's literally nothing to get wrong, nothing that you can make a mistake on. Um, uh, hey, thanks, Kenny. Thanks for being here, Kenny. I'm just gonna take that message out. Appreciate you though, bro. Appreciate you. Um, it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. Appreciate you. Uh, um, Egyptian diet under Cleopatra. Let's see. A gender neutral society. Very cool. Gender neutral or maybe matriarchal. Maybe cat and superstition run. Cleopatra's diet reflecting the abundance of the Nile region, including foods like vegetables, fruits, meats, including pigeon and mutton. Mutton is lamb, I think, or something like that. Seafood, olive oil, honey, cheese, cereals, and bread. She also enjoyed barley beer and honey wine. It's probably not a very wasteful society. That's one thing I would pick up from that is, yeah, if you're making olive oil, it means you at least know how to process olives, probably for longevity. An olive might not be that useful, but olive oil, when you can store the fat and it's just already preserved, very useful. Honey, also preserved. Cheese, yeah, if you're raising livestock like pigeon or mutton, like probably not pigeon milk. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, but if you had mutton like goat or lamb or whatever like that, you know, if you have to milk your animals, you're also making cheese, and then yeah, cereals and bread. So so you basically could grow different various grains, cereal grains, and then either bake it into bread in real time, right? Once you had the sort of dried flour, or you could turn it into various types of fermented alcoholic beverages, which also store the carbohydrates pretty well. Pretty well. Yeah. Yeah. And then who knows, if you're Cleopatra, you've got an onion farmer who's just like, yeah, I like growing onions. I don't know what to say. Yeah. If you have a request for an onion, just let me know. I don't know. If you guys want to do like a religion or philosophy or something, I'd be down. I'd be down. Um, we're talking about like ancient. I'm talking about ancient diets. I don't know if anybody cares about ancient diets, but whoa, holy mackerel! I'm talking about ancient diets and trying not to fall out of my chair. And then yeah, talking about being clumsy. I don't know if there's any other clumsy people in the world. In the world around these parts. So that's it. We chilling. We big chilling, dog. Yeah, if you guys have any questions or want to talk about a topic, suggest something. Clumsily suggest something. I'll personally reject every non-clumsy topic. If your question doesn't include Cleopatra eating honey and cheese and beer, I won't take the question or topic. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty nice. Nice stat. Nice stat. I wonder how they would even determine that. Whoa, holy shit. They said 20 to 35 years old. Yeah, I think I remember reading in biblical times, like in that area, it was about 30, 35. But they said this is infant mortality. So they said a lot of people potentially into their 30s and 40s if you survived infancy, because this is an average, right? So if it's on a spreadsheet, all you got to do is knock out, all the really low, 0, 1, 2-year-old deaths, which is very sad. Would sort of skew that pretty heavily. And they said members of the elite. So wealth was actually about health, right? Wealth was actually about health. They said the elite could reach their 50s, 60s, 70s, and other people were 30s and 40s, which is very weird. How do you manage like even like health or like medicine in that sort of environment? I've got no idea. I'm from Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, in the United States. Um, Phoenix, Arizona, in the U.S. Knowing average age was way lower back then. They knew they weren't eating healthy. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Um. Yeah, it's aight. It's all right. I already read that one. Body shape is different between rich people now and rich people 200 years ago. Now they're all fit, back then all overweight. That's crazy. Yeah, you could imagine, just I mean, this is like obviously very suppositional, but if that article that said, if Google's AI is right that, the upper class in Rome ate, 3,500 calories a day, and on average, maybe they're like 5'7", 5'6", they're not, they might be a little taller because they had decent diets uh, in childhood and stuff like that. So they're like phenotype or whatever it is, their genes express differently. But yeah, this says 5'6", the average, um 5'6" in Rome. And so if you were eating 3,500 calories a day at 5'6", you'd have to be doing a lot of work. But yeah, there were six. They said the tallest, the tallest average Roman men would be 6'5", and the um tallest average Roman women would be 5'10". So, but yeah, who knows? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, so they said elites and people in coastal areas. So my family's actually Sicilian. I'm not purebred Italian or whatever it is, but uh I don't have a fun fact. I can sing a Frozen song, but whatever you want, Griffin family. Were all of them tall? That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. How tall? How tall? How tall? I'm gonna very selfishly look up my own family history. Let's see if I can find this. Oh, what's up, Origins of Beingness Attainment? Good to see you. Yeah, Jax was a lot of fun. Yeah, I like Jack's show. The Jack Talcott panel. What were we yapping away about? I don't know. Something about knowledge and about the Bible being true. All kinds of stuff. Cool. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here and all that stuff. I'm a very chill stream and all that today. But yeah, it's cool. So this is cool. This is something apparently genetics does this. Geneticists or but they go find uh the earliest people to live somewhere that are considered like modern hominids or whatever. And so in Sicily, they found the first modern humans 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. Many lived in caves. People in the interested in the physical appearance of their ancestors, whether recent or ancient. For lack of a more descriptive term, the earliest Sicilians would be identified as Caucasoid in appearance. Generally, they probably have darker hair and eyes than most their northern European counterparts, and probably tanned easily. Extant visual evidence, including sculpture, mosaics, and surviving literary accounts, indicate that most ancient Mediterranean peoples, whether Phoenician, Egyptian, Greek, Roman, or Sasanian, were generally a little darker than Northern Europeans. Ancient peoples were on average shorter than modern ones and did not live as long. People from across Europe were drawn or coerced to Rome, but it was the Middle Ages that brought Vandals, Vikings, and Visigoths to the sunny Med in large numbers. A vivacious vivication of the vitriolic the vanguard of very vantificating Mediterranean populations. I don't know. Huh? It's just the ring light. It's just the ring light. My ring light look in my house, my ring light looks like a lamp. Um, in my garage when I do my fitness videos, my ring light looks like a garage door opener, but it's actually a ring light, so there must be something about how it's I don't know. I think it's one of the like mass produced ones, so it is. That one is. I can show you this too. I have a tattoo. If you like colors, I have a colorful tattoo on my arm, but it's Bluetooth. So when you show it, it just automatically flexes. There's no way to turn it off, like I've tried. And you can see I can prove it. So my other one, like I can flex this one for you. You can watch me flex it. You know, I can flex, deflex, flex, deflex. I got tension in my elbow, but this one, like there's something with the tattoo. It was an option. It was an extra $20 when I got the tattoo. But do you think it's possible that Jesus's followers cannibalized his corpse? Whoa, bro, crick water. I'm not saying I'm like someone should be offended about that. I'm not that deeply offended about that. Someone should be upset about that. Um, but yeah, no, that sounds like wild. Yeah, Meta Ape is right, dude. That sounds a little it sounds a little left of left field, my friend. I don't know. Yeah, I got this one. I had a couple beers after work when I worked at a brewery in college. There was a tattoo expo, so I got a tattoo at a tattoo expo, which is very cool. All right, cool fact. Hey, what's up, Joseph D? Good to see you. Yeah, sure. Your question got blocked by the YouTube moderator. I don't mean blocked, but it did get blocked, my friend. It was blocked. For whatever reason, I don't know. But yeah, somebody asked if I do anal. I mean, that's kind of a gross personal question. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm just saying the question is gross and personal. How would it? Whatever. Yeah. See, Mo's the most in this moment. Mo is the most rational person here. And Griffin family, I didn't even give a fun fact to the Griffin family. I just said Caucasoid, which no one knows what it means, and they're still here. So they're the second most rational person in this moment. That's on the channel. Magic. Magic and spooky. Bam. What about the flesh of Christ? The blood of Christ, water to wine with blood. Blood and guts, and gore. Foreboding. Spooky thereabouts. Foreboding. Forelonging. Grim. Grizzly grim. And very gaunt. Very gaunt. Very spooky. Yeah, I don't know if any of those are biblical terms. I don't know how they'd get into the story. But thematically, yes, absolutely. Blood and foreboding and nasty and spooky and gaunt, very gaunt. Again, the gauntest. You like hot effing tight something. Yeah, there's everything in there, right? So Joseph D, I absolutely do like non-gendered or gender neutral sex terms in all ways. Yeah, is it the late night show yet, folks? It's 8:43 p.m. My name is Nate or Nathan. On the channel, I go by Duck. We're on Duck's Y. If you want to double tap your screen, that will automatically like the video. And yeah, either gender neutral or cis a bi gender transgender sexual terminology is perfectly okay with me. Yeah, and so if you say like butt weenie or something like that, Yeah, you don't even know where a butt weenie comes from. Ed, Joseph, that's my question back to you. Where does a butt weenie come from? Yeah. 75-year-old butt weenies are the best. It's not gross, it's just a question. Yeah, that's what I said, dude. That's what I said. Uh, you have a tattoo? Cool. Cool. All right. That's pretty cool. I wanted to get back in the day I thought about sleeves. I had thought about getting hands. Obviously I don't have that many. I've got, one, two, three. So I'm not perfectly clean, but you can see I'm probably also a little far away from having gotten all the ink, dedicated myself to however many sessions it would have been. I did think about it that much. Like, okay, where do I go? Who do I go to get the art? Do I just go to the same person? How do I plan out like multiple sessions for whatever it is? I thought about all that stuff for more tattoos. I don't know. Yeah, so you're saying talking about stretching a bang hole, stretching a booty. I don't know, man. That seems more particular into the physiology, so that's not really my sort of thing. But stole his body in the night to have first mass. I don't know, no idea. Shut up, you. Shut up. Shut up. It's gaunt. It's foreboding. It's forlonging. I said it's forlonging. Welcome to the late night show, folks. They stole his body in the night when they have first mass. Um, you're doing the cannibal Jesus story. Um, yeah, cannibal Jesus. Not too much, right? Yeah, you know, I think it's fine to grant that the Gospels are literally true, right? Even as an atheist, if you want to say the Gospel is literally true, sure. You can't really do much with it from there. It's just that's right. You've got a book of stories that I'll grant you'll say they're true. I'll say okay, cool. I'll take that as knowledge that you have knowledge of this, and that's the end of that conversation, hopefully. But yeah, Jesus apparently lived a perfect life. I don't know that people would cannibalize Jesus, if that makes sense. Like, we had close relationships in the Roman Catholic Church. My mom worked for the church for a little bit, and like, it's family or whatever. But like, yeah, I would say like I never heard a priest or a deacon talking about cannibal Jesus. It's not a theory I've heard of the historical Jesus, so I wouldn't actually believe that story. You know, it's not something I would really get to know in a person that much. You know. Oh, cool. Thank you for affirming my beingness, Griffin. Yeah. No, it's all right. It's cool. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, but you know, I mean, it's good enough. Like whatever. But yeah, so you let guys pull that beard when getting bounded from behind with that nice prolapsed. Yeah, that's really really nice show, bro. I've got no beliefs as they leave one open for deception and forced unplugging. Cool. Uh, Joseph, cool out, dude. Not like every message, bro. I appreciate you though, but you're talking about the Bible. There's an infinite amount of kind of off the wall theories that can make cause content such blah blah blah, not blah blah blah, but whatever. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Um, yeah, just make sure you do it sober. Arms are hard. Arms are hard, obviously, but like, you can see just on the rose. I'm not trying to flex actually right now. I don't. That was the Bluetooth. I got to turn the Bluetooth off on it. You tap 3 times. If you tap 3 times again, it'll pop when you show it. So, I gotta tap it 3 times, and then when I go up, I can show you. You can see there's was a little scarring, a little like you can obviously get it touched up. It's not a reason to not get a tattoo, right? There's reasons to not get a tattoo, but just some parts of the soft parts are. I mean, I don't know why I'm like dadding you about getting a tattoo or some shit, but or whatever, some stuff. Sorry, YouTube. My bad, bro. Um, yeah, yeah. Lives are fun. I appreciate you for telling me that, Origins. It's very cool. I want to be able to do more shows for sure. I've got a debate coming up on Monday. Actually, if anyone wants to watch, I'll probably restream it to my channel. So I'm debating whether or not masculinity is a positive force in politics. I just have to refute the claim. So there's going to be two people. One's a lawyer. One's sort of a newer YouTuber debater. Uh, and so she and he are going to be defending the position, which is that masculinity is a good force in politics. I'm going to be arguing against that. And so this is probably going to be one of my bigger, live streams or whatever, bigger appearances, other panels and stuff like that. So that's Monday. That's Monday. I don't have like an event or anything. It's just it's Monday or whatever. Um, Joseph D, I believe you. I believe you. Got to get the freaky deaky stuff, my friends. The freaky deaky stuff. Yeah, I don't know if Origins. I don't know if you know Nightish. Speaking of, this is just a quick sidebar since we kind of know each other, don't know each other, but yeah, I don't know if you know Nightish. Nightish is one of my favorite streamers as well. Everybody obviously knows like Powder Dusty and that side of things. But I've been attending Nightish's streams. He's usually on at like 2 a.m. So it's like right when I'm either getting done with someone else's stuff or my own stuff or whatever. Um, Nightish is really funny though. I don't know if you know his channel, but I'd love to have him on sometime as like a restream. I don't know if he'd show up, but hey, what up, Big Out? Hey, yeah, thanks. Appreciate you. I saw you you were killing it on verbal combat yesterday, so good to see you. Appreciate you. That's Speakeasy show in the grand universe of all this stuff, all this madness. Whoops, what did I just do? What do you guys think? A little DACA child, I've said. No weakness. No weakness. None. Where the HMI? I was walking, tonsil stone removal videos and diabetic foot amputations and ended up here. Where in the H is the H? If you're diabetic, you don't need a boot. You need to get better food. You get it from a dietitian. Otherwise, that foot's going to be going to a mortician. I mean that respectfully because in my family, it's genetic. Don't test it. I mean, and basically what you said was random, chaotic, but it's still lettuce. Okay? You understand? Lavala yo. Jesus. Hey, what's up, Hitch Slap? I love Chris Hitchens. I thought he was one of the most important artists, writers, sort of creatives in the last he was someone that could both assemble and create writing, even people that maybe disagreed with his opinions and stuff. So yeah. Oh yeah, but if you're talking about my look, my beard, no, I'm just like super. I can fix it really quickly, if I need to, if I'm doing a show. I mean, I still have the beard, obviously, but you know, um, yeah, welcome to our world. Whatever, it's good enough. It's good enough. It's in there somewhere, folks. Lavala, how are you doing, man? I'm doing good. Lavala, I hope you're doing well as well. Happy Saturday. I don't know. I assumed you're not in the US. If you're in the US, happy Saturday. If you're not in the US and it's Saturday or a different day, happy whatever day it is to you. Tuesday is my plugged in BD. I heard about Nightish by Flow. No Speakeasy. I've seen two. Yeah, Speakeasy's got a lot of cool shows. Yeah, it's all cool. You can go to a different show every night of the week. And yeah, everybody offers something a little bit differently in that side of things. James Reacher, me hungry. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, one of my buddies, I mod on a channel called Breakfast Tacos. I think he's one of the moderators on Discord Politics. I don't know if that means anything, but He's got a big atheist channel about naturalism, philosophy. He's been getting into like social topics, like how we approach like a conversation, like awe and wonder, how we express our curiosity in the world. Um, and so yeah, it's cool. He's got PC style streams. Getting like 20 people into the stream, 5 or 6 people in chat is awesome, right? It's awesome. So it's very cool. Yeah, the environment is tainted. I feel that for sure. I feel that for sure. I feel a little bad sometimes. I'm very hippie-ish, but I feel a little bad buying processed foods, buying packaged foods. I obviously still do it, from time to time a little bit, like quite a bit, but um so yeah, I get it. I get it. Because, that is what is stocked on store shelves. And I also get that, that to me, if there's like a sort of subconscious, like whatever, I don't know if there's like, RFK has been pissing in the field or something like that. I don't know if we're coming at it from the same side, but that's how I feel. Do you know how to make isopropyl acrylamide? They use in a 3-to-1 ratio of sulfuric acid to acrylamide isopropyl alcohol. I have no idea. I have no idea. Um, I'd like to learn it one day, but yeah, I've never been that good at chemistry. You had sex with a donkey when you were on holiday in Argentina. There were no victims, and I enjoyed it. So why is it such an issue with everyone? No idea. No idea. I don't know why that could be. Um, yeah, that's a very weird message, Marty. I appreciate you sending it, but that's a very weird message, irregardless. Sing Frozen like you told me you would earlier. I'll sing it with you. Okay. Um, I gotta learn Frozen 2 songs still. The worst human ever to not know Frozen 2. Okay, ready? This is for a big audience, folks. This is for the Griffin family. It's for my own honor. Um, and I just Googled a reindeer, so I'm just going to look at a reindeer while I sing this. But I think you already know what it's going to be. Reindeers are better than people. Oh, Sven, don't you think it's true? Yeah, people will beat you and curse you and cheat you. Every one of them's bad, except you. But people smell better than reindeers. Sven, don't you think I'm right? Well, that's once again true for all except you. You got me. Let's call it a night. Good night. And don't let the frostbite bite. Thank you very much. You don't have to say thank you, but yeah. Yeah, Breakfast Tacos has a mod wrench here, Marty, by the way. You know, obviously he's never on the channel, but that's between he and I. We'll sort that out sometime. Yeah, I've never seen tacos. Tacos is very quick to kind of boot people off stage if they're not moving a conversation along, if they're not able to keep up. And he's got different types of shows. So, um, yeah, I wouldn't say that, Marty. Chemtrails, other toxicity. Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, chemtrails are weird ideas. Those conspiracy theories. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. I don't know if anyone believes me. And hey, what's up, Elijah Ludacris, a couple other folks that have come in. Egg Addict, what's up? Cool. Happy off work, Mr. Egg Addict. Good to see you. Hopefully you had a good work and hopefully you're ready to enjoy an evening or whatever. Good to see you. But yeah, chemtrails, other toxicity, and environmental conditions. We were talking about like this sort of way to describe an idea is almost like flat, or how some ideas seem very rich and almost like 3D, like 3D. Like, if I tell you something about like, okay, good idea, like Kant, German idealism or something, and he says, no, our beingness creates these concepts of space and time, and we use logic and reasoning. Once we orient ourselves, we use logic and reasoning to create synthetic facts in the world. So, like, synthetic facts is a very rich, almost like 3D idea that you can look at. Not that you have to, but chemtrails are one of those things where there's like they're completely baseless, but when you say chemtrails, you can miss that. Well, chemtrails are actually this very flat two-dimensional idea. What's the idea behind chemtrails? Oh, well, my Patrick bet David or whatever. Oh, well, he got a plane and you hook up the plane and you got to hook up the plane to the chemical and then you take the plane off and then the plane go because the government guy said he a bad guy and you're a bad guy, but he a bad government guy. And so you get your chemtrail bite because you're actually talking to people about trying to fly an airplane with chemicals in the back. And so there's literally nothing in this idea. It's no offense. Um, But you say chemtrails, you say, Alex Jones says we're turning the frogs gay or whatever. It sounds very rich. I don't know. Maybe that's the environmental toxicity, my friends. Uh, all right. Very cool. Yeah. Cool. I like that. I like that. Okay. Um, if Griffin family is spurring me to sing another Frozen song, do you want to build a snowman? I think you have to knock at the beginning of that one. But I thought I was oh, Let It Go. I can't sing that song. I can't sing that song. No, I got got by U.S. capitalism and Chinese state media. You know, doing the thing Americans wanted. Right? We wanted batteries and nicotine together. So my vocal cords. This is fried, boys. This is fried liver, my friends. Do I like Grayson Hawk? Guy gives me the creeps for some reason. You guys are teaching me about other human beings. Keep asking about other people because I don't know any of these people, but he says he debates pseudoscience nonsense and talks about cool science and history. Yeah, uh, I think Flatizoid. He's got stuff on Brett and Eric Weinstein. Um, he's yelling at inspiring philosophy. I've seen a lot of people don't like inspiring philosophy recently. Terrence Howard. He's got Terrence Howard and stuff like that. I don't know if that's what they're talking about, but yeah, cool. I don't know. I've got a lot, people that do science history, pseudoscience debunking. Yeah, I typically have something in common with them. I like philosophy. I'm actually okay at philosophy, but it's just not what I'm doing with all my time. So I don't know. You said he gives you the creeps. Yeah, I would just intuit or guess that Grayson Hawk is meeting like with like. No offense. If you don't like him, but if he's going into debates and stuff, maybe it's just what people are doing. Yeah, good point, Egg Addict. Most conspiracy theories are born of ignorance. Everything is a conspiracy theory when you don't know how anything works. Yeah, that's like a huge gaping hole. When you don't know how anything works. Um, And so, yeah, it's almost this weird idea that it's like, well, some people say, well, I didn't do anything. I just didn't do anything. But we're always, and this isn't to like spawn more conspiracy theories, obviously, but our brains and our cognition is always doing something. Our hand is always, even if it's lightly, we're always gripping something, right? We're always grabbing something new, you know, and that's a powerful motion. It's powerful to be able to go online and listen to people like us talk. Um, it's powerful to be able to learn from the smartest people in the world, even the people that are like smartest at spreading ideas or social media, even if it's not true. You know, if somebody can tell you 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 12 or whatever, someone can tell you, well, government plus government plus government plus government equals, another conspiracy. Very wacky stuff. So I saw a video by a dude that compiled the chem a month later. Strange, he had a heart attack. He laughed that three were toxic enough to cause loss of life. Yeah, that's crazy. Who was the guy that reported on Iran Contra? That reminds me of that story. I think this was Gary Webb. Yeah, Gary Webb is a crazy story. I think people are pretty sad about this one. Who knows? He was an investigative journalist, but um, he investigated North American U.S. invent interventions. Interventions. So who knows? It's weird. I can't imagine someone at the CIA saying like, "Well, you're not allowed to be a reporter in the US, but I'm allowed to go sell, maybe I'm too trusting, but I can go sell crack cocaine in Los Angeles and across the Southwest, or I can go do major arms deals with Iran and give guns to poor farmers in Nicaragua that are playing rebel. Just they happen at this period in time to be playing rebel, but you can't report the news." Maybe it is true. It is true. But Gary Webb was this investigative reporter covering US, it appeared these CIA intelligence stories operating in the United States and in our hemisphere. And he very shortly after, a bunch of like sort of stress and this kind of stuff happened, passed away from because of the algorithm or whatever swish side. So he was found dead with a self-inflicted, I think something like that. So there's major conspiracy theories about Gary Webb for sure. People just take it as a given that something bad happened, but you know who knows. There's multiple parts of that tragedy. I think multiple sad stories there, if we're being somewhat objective. Hey, what's up, Trusty Ape? Good to meet you. My name's Nate or Duck or whatever, and Wavy. We're both waving. Hey, Aaron, I don't know. The stream's titled something about clumsiness, but whatever you guys want to talk about. If you guys have clumsy ideas, we're doing clumsy conspiracy theories a little bit, I guess. Clumsy, flat, rich conspiracy theories like Gary Webb reporting on Washington's alignment of governments and non-state groups across the Western Hemisphere. Including healthcare initiatives. His videos gone after he was gone too. My uncle's dog got. Whoa, Lewis Swamp is a gator. Your uncle's dog got mauled by a gator today. I'm very sorry for the dog. I hope everybody is okay, and if they're not, then I'm also very sorry to hear that story in the same sense. So, same sense. Terrence Howard. Yeah, plus plus, Mr. Plus Plus, right? I don't know. I don't know what's in the man's head. Those ideas didn't make sense. They did not appear like they were for me. But yeah, plus minus like a battery or something. I don't know. Like a battery or a magnet. Anything with poles. That's like a particle as well, isn't it? Don't particles have polarity? Or some particles have polarity? I don't know. Or like there's like spin polarity. That's a really weird idea. If you like pseudoscience debunking type content for sure, you'd probably like Minutemen. If you're suggesting I'll look it up, I will look it up. Minutemen. I just got Milo Rossi, environmental scientist and specialist. That's what came up. An archaeology educator. Oh, that's cool. He looks like a very handsome dude. I don't know if that's a dude, but oh yeah, 24-year-old guy. Nah, bro, you're not turning me on to the handsome environmental archaeological educators on YouTube. It's between a conspiracy theory and the fact is about 2 weeks. Cool. Yeah, I would never disagree with that. I would, but not. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that ever. Not really. Before we've been taught to speak for sure. Mind development, we were, yeah, telepathic, empathic communications. Yeah, that's cool. That's totally cool. Oh, what up, BS Lewis? We got BS Lewis in chat. Um, Not for any purpose, but just you're one of the known people, so I'm gonna add BS Lewis as a moderator. We can make a mini taco universe here. One and only Nicole. Hey, what up? What's up? Very mean message, by the way. Have I ever considered a nose job? No, not really thinking about it, but yeah. Uh, but yeah, definitely would appreciate that. Bob Lazar on Joe Rogan was a good one. Cool. Yeah, for sure. Uh, Little poop particles, do they got polarity? I don't know. I don't think poop is particles. I think those are molecules, but I could be wrong. I could be incorrect about that. I don't know. He wouldn't take it that far. I'll be completely honest. The smallest particle I know of is when your body breaks down sugar. It's, I believe, 3 carbon molecules is what is. I believe like a glucose is 6 carbon molecules or some shit. Uh, and they snap those pools in half, and when you break molecules, they release energy. Um, yeah, glucose looks pretty simple. Maybe it's more complex when you think about it, but C6H12O6. So it's carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. Um, yeah, that's about glucose. That's not about poop particles. There's a quote I heard related to shadow government type conspiracy theories. The quote is, "You don't have to make up a shadow government to be mad at. You can just be mad at the actual government." Yeah, yeah, cool. Yeah, that's very cool. On the road to Rome, you know. Um, yeah, on the road to Rome, people might make mistakes in our government, and those are always forgivable, right? So, you know, there's definitely cases where in in like with clandestine CIA bullshit and whatever, all that kind of stuff, like uh you know, you can see failures of leadership structure, failures of transparency and reporting. You can see failures of leaders in the executive and Congress of clarifying US priorities. And then you see these events that happen, and there's really no forgiveness for them. There's also cases, I think, in any society, in any field, sometimes very dramatic and bad, like the story of Jamal Khashoggi, I think was the journalist's name in Saudi Arabia, who got he got murdered. So he didn't. Chris Hitchens died of cancer, which is a form of just murder that the universe does to lots of people. And so, you know, you hear these really sad stories that should be a little upsetting, and then you find cases where people are forgived and stuff like that too. So, um, but yeah, oops. There's the blocks that damage possible with these screens. Some look yellow. I don't know what that's saying, but I used to believe most conspiracies until they're disproven, which is usually pretty quickly. Cool. Hey, what's up, Pat Cricket? Good to see you. We got Pat Cricket in chat. Pat Cricket is supported a lot of these streams. Very cool person. So they're royalty here. I don't know that we have royalty here, but Pat Cricket's pretty legit. So whatever. What was his name? Jamal Saudi. Yeah. Jamal Khashoggi. Yeah, Saudi journalist, and he was WAPO columnist. So, yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know, right? Like, um, but yeah, there's still lots of international attention on how free speech advocates in Saudi Arabia are being treated. Um, I think Saudi Arabia is denying that, there's anything out of the ordinary that is happening in Saudi Arabia for the most part. And so that's either true or it isn't true. Okay. What about the philosophy of Osho? I don't know. No idea. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Gang, gang. Cool. Peace, bro. Peace, king. What are we doing while Pat Cricket's gone, everybody? Um, I can Google whatever you just said. Uh, Neo Sanya centers on individual transformation through meditation and rejection of traditional religions and societal structures. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Um, if anybody in chat knows of Osho or knows anything about meditation or traditional religions, let me know. Let me know for sure. And yeah, I don't know what I was gonna say about that, but yeah, in the US, meditation is often taught as more of a self-help technique. It's taught as a behavioral practice in addition to things like grounding or journaling or, all kinds of things. There's different various forms of psychotherapy and talk therapy. And meditation is one of those things like exercise or diet that people can do that's actually in some ways healthy for the brain and all this other stuff as well. And so rejection of certain traditional religious and social structures, I mean that you hear that a lot with like mystic style traditions. I don't know if it actually means anything this time or if you learn from, if you learn from the world, you learn from your own meditative process. And that's or if this is like truly transcendent. Some people say we transcend our sort of form and stuff like that. Um, in a lot of different ways, which is kind of cool. You just kind of got to sit with that a little bit and you figure it out eventually. So uh meditation. Yeah, OSHA workplace safety is very cool. I believe in OSHA. OSHA's sick as heck. Sick as heck, folks. Oh. Individualism and freedom. Oh. So, individualism and freedom. Do you guys understand individualism, chat? Y'all big on social metaphysics is very interesting. It's very important in political science or political theory. Is the individual or some other sort of group or structure the ground for social reasoning? You know, just saying something like social reasoning is also really powerful. Um, I wouldn't highly recommend, always starting a conversation with like a vague term or something that's not necessarily already an accepted theory. But yeah, social reasoning's cool. Meditation and these transcendent philosophies are powerful when attached to individualism because it does suggest that if the universe has a sort of mystical or transcendent nature that exists, well, no one can tell you how to do that. You can't just attach yourself to the tribe and go do that. No one's definition of what you should be doing, and even your own self-imposed definition of what you should be doing, can't do that. And those ideas often sound cultish, especially in the West. Um, but like I think there's other places where it's just like, well, that's obvious. That's like the first thing you should say is someone's definition of freedom for you cannot help you actually achieve transcendence. It's like, well, yeah, that can mean a ton of things to a ton of different people. Some people aren't going to be that spiritual or religious about it. Why would they? Um, but wash your hair. I got beautiful hair. I got beautiful hair. What's wrong with the hair? What's wrong with my hair? What's wrong with my everything? I believe I understand individualism. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I love OSHA. The conspiracy company doesn't, but I appreciate their safety guidelines. Yeah, that's cool. Even if they're doing gay frogs and chemtrails and stuff like that, egg addict. Um, yeah, whatever it is that they're actually doing and stuff. It's very cool, very neat, very cool. Yeah, it's always cool. Always a certain level of clarity around worker safety and labor movements. That's what I've always said. That's what I've always believed. Yeah. So if it is the case that OSHA is a big conspiracy from the nail companies and big screws, big screws, big hammers, big hardware, um, we know we're gonna have work to do in the future. Look sturdy. Yeah, it probably is. Appreciate you though. Appreciate you. We're definitely friends for that one, my friend. Appreciate you. I just trusted myself. Self guidance for me did teach the goal. Yeah, Origin's got a good point there that, dragging out your vowel sounds and, saying narcally stuff, like, it's got its place, but, you know, cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's neat. It's very cool. Yeah, folks like us, leaders like us, we always got to achieve the goal, even if we don't know what the goal is or why it's the goal. Religion? Yeah, falling down religion. You know, it's almost like the stories you get from religion. I don't mean to be kind of like a super hard atheist about this, but it's almost like the stories you got from religion are just as important or more important than the ideas themselves. A lot of people don't see that argument coming. Every time I've tried it, it's worked, right? Every time I tried that specific argument, it's worked. And so, um, you know, yeah, like I learned about social justice, dignity. I learned to respect people. I learned to respect teachers. I learned to respect leaders of a community and stuff like that in religion. And at the same time, I didn't have any of the baggage of believing in supernatural, superstitious stuff. I didn't have any of the baggage of believing that God was condemning me to hell for something that doesn't matter. I always felt the stress of actual, uh, you know, human and nature, animal dignity and respect a little bit, a lot was always way more important. So I think those lessons from religion are 1,000 times perhaps more impactful. Um, and yeah, I think when you take that sort of that, like, look, I experienced religion, I experienced the tradition of religion and all this stuff in society, and you actually nestle this within what religion and spirituality is, you know, you see, to me, it says that, like, well, look, if I want to actually make a religious claim, or if I want to justify why humanism is worth anything, which, by the way, goes hand in hand with saying that, like, monotheistic Abrahamic religions are complete trash. Like, if you want to reject humanism, cool. Those are all the same bucket of ideas. If we're debating a little bit, but just my thoughts about religion and stuff like that. Um, yeah, you're probably saying something really good at Egg Addict right now. I can't read, but um, yeah, it's weird. The strange ways in which treating humans with dignity almost like awakens us, or it reminds us to sort of think think more deeply about being curious. Go be inquisitive. You have the right. You've earned the right at this point in time. You don't have to just stay in one position. You've earned the right to go be inquisitive. You've earned the right to go be audacious, to be a little daring and risk taking and stuff like this. And this is why when people see really famous, inspiring leaders, male or female. Like I'd include Hillary Clinton, um, Hillary Rodham Clinton, right? Nancy Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, AOC, and I would even include some traditional Republicans. Like John McCain was always someone who was like very enlivening when he spoke passionately about something. Um, Ron Paul was always a great guy who's a very passionate speaker. I'm sure there are more, but yeah, there was a time where you would hear a reasonable thing at some point in time out of someone like Lindsey Graham. He wouldn't always be doing the same thing. There was a point in time where these ambitious, classical conservative Republican senators thought there might be a day where they could pass a reasonable budget and not have to bash Bibles the entire time, right? Um, so that's my personal politics, but the reason this is about religion is like, well, if we're actually talking about helping people, if we're actually talking about defining freedom in such a way that it is limited as much as we're able to help the worst off in a society, Christians would say this is the sick, the naked, the poor, the hungry, the sexually starved. My opinion is that this evolutionary view of psychology and religion and all this other stuff is most likely pushing us to ask these questions that don't have a very even linear argument in philosophy, right? You can't just immediately answer why is it that, I can either, you know, whatever it is, you go to an adult sex shop or you vote for a politician who's been talking about issues that are near and dear to your heart. You can do either of those two things and or you can volunteer at a soup kitchen. Doesn't matter. They're all the same thing. And so after you do this, there's like a different, like an ineffable sense about how we feel about ourselves after this. Hey, what's up, Wrestling News? Yeah, and so this is again a big reason I vote Democrat is I would trust the majority of Democratic politicians to say all the things that I find sort of near and dear to my heart about human dignity. Um, and then maybe most importantly, it's like, well, okay, maybe you're too political. I'm too political. I'm too not being traditional religious for your take or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I respect as much as I respect Roman Catholicism and a lot of the good work that some Christians do out in the world. And I respect people that actually have respect for ideas, beliefs, and for discussion. Like at the end of the day, it is people like AOC telling me that, well, you can listen to people saying gay is good. It is people like AOC or Bernie Sanders who are saying that, like, well, pink G strings are sort of this access to like a larger cosmological model. These are the same people that are talking about how, like, yeah, don't believe in soybean oil in every car. You don't have to believe that there's just some magical power plant out there that's just going to sprout up from nowhere, right? That's a completely crazy idea. It's nonsensical. What does make sense is that, well, if we're doing and talking about these things because other people in the world depend on us to do this, the future generations depend on us to do this, well, we still have to talk about fiscal conservatism at some point. We still have to talk about like all kinds of sort of um political processes. We have to talk about political climate. And we also have to take this responsibility. And so, if you ask my long version of my thoughts about religion and politics in the world, I think there's more reasons to look on the optimistic side of what religion actually says. It tells us we can't explain the time of day, we can't explain all of these things completely. Um, Even if we know how they function, we know how they work, you know, there's some experience of that which is a little bit different. Yeah, you know, I remember that one video of Donald Trump getting out of a clown car with like it was like 3 or 4 OnlyFans creators, and in that moment, I realized that, like, look, I might disagree with our president personally, but on the other side of things, um, you know, there was a helicopter in the background and stuff. You could hear Air Force One, kind of spinning up and stuff like that. And it was like, well, our president has responsibilities. He's not always going to talk about human dignity in the same way that I do, right? You know, get a Rivian or something, right? Like I wouldn't have thought that was that complicated. Um, yeah. And so, yeah, if anybody's got your own take on religion or spirituality, be a little clumsy with it. I don't mean be clumsy with it in like don't lie to yourself, but like kind of like a Steve Carell skit. If you can just like flop it out in front of me, what do you actually think about religion and spirituality, or what do you think about politics when someone says you got to think bigger? You know, Michelle Obama is like one of those people, and this is true of first ladies and first politicians on a lot of different sides of the aisle. If you go left, right, above, bottom, you kind of put it at an MC Escher staircase and you climb up to become a Republican or become a Democrat. Like politicians, they do have to tell us that, well, what matters is the party platform. It's the two-party system. I'm so sorry, bro. You still got to go to work on Monday. But they also remind us in this very odd sense um, that you do have to think bigger. You have to make meaning out of the small events that happen. Why and when does that become truly competitive? When does that become about, uh, somehow bombing that political process? You know, Connor's going to do Catholic stuff. What's up, little smiley California at the beach? Playa del Playa, the beach of the beach of the beach. Let's go, baby. Exclusively open. Exclusive. Little smiley California. Zapata shoes. You got shoes? What's up? I thought you were saying playa at first, little, because your name said little, so I thought you were calling me a playa, like playa going play, but no, it says beach, so that's cool. Playa del Sol and Zapata, cool, 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 cool. Knowing isn't belief, therefore it isn't truth. Hey, what's up, Bob Kirby? Good to see you. Um, yeah, I like basketball cards a lot. You know, yeah. If I could get a job, a part-time job, and make 200 bucks a week or 200 bucks a month, I'd probably very slowly buy basketball cards again. That's how ignorant of money I am. Is basketball cards are these little like sex symbols, or like they're these like this like yeah, really weird way of like almost endorsing the humanization of a lot of different people's efforts. There's still people like Bob Kirby in chat that collect basketball cards or baseball cards, whatever your favorite sport is, and they do their research, right? They might know what's happening in the market, but they also know what the market doesn't know. They know what they like, and some people in some sense trust their intuition about that stuff. So, I think it's a great example. Um, Tom Daly. I don't know. My Tom Daly facts are so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. So yeah, you know, what was it? What was it? Arnold Palmer's. I used to drink Arnold Palmer's all the time, and so that's what I know about golf is Arnold Palmer, half iced tea, half lemonade. Um, and yeah, Bob knows his stuff. It appears pretty well, actually. It's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's cool. Connor, make it to the NFL, man. Yeah, yeah. Stay safe. Protect the noggin and all that stuff. Egg said the issue with Trump is that he's ignorant but completely convinced that he's correct no matter what. He's proven that he's incredibly easy to manipulate. Yeah, yeah, and this is, I don't. Donald Trump has done a lot of stuff to break trust, so I feel like he's got sort of a portion in this as well. It's also true that Donald Trump knows that, like, at some point he had a conversation where he was like, the president, eh? I could be the president. George, would you mind kind of walking me through what does that actually mean if I win, if I become president? And so he also knows that he is the head of state of, uh, the or one of the most powerful nations on earth. Um, I still don't totally understand how or why. Yeah, I'd have to understand why the implication or justification is that, you can move it to these sort of militarization policies and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's not my job to trust you in those roles and stuff like that. But yeah, I think even Democrats should be good faith towards the role and the office of the president, and what it means to sort of have this sort of administration authority, decision power in some sense, outside of making law. You know? Yeah, if Connor goes to Ohio, there's going to be half the chat's going to be, on Twitch gaming or something, uh, playing Connor Vanderwright on, NCAA or whatever it is. I don't know if that's a reason to do that, but yeah. Yeah, that's big dog stuff. If you make it to D1, yeah. Yeah, I do like guitars. Yeah, I like guitars, mandolins, really cool stuff. Um, yeah, they're a ton of fun. Guitars are also, if you collect cards, there's a lot of people that collect instruments. Maybe you already know this, but it seems like there's opportunity, but it also seems like a rich man game. I used to look at instruments just for fun on Reverb and stuff, and yeah, looking at a lot of like the classic custom shop pieces, some of the more artisan pieces, you know, whatever. There's a lot of cool instruments out there. But people buy them and price them to not necessarily sell them right away, it seems. But I'm not in that market, so I don't know, right? Whatever. People that actually do business, Bob, it sounds like you do some business there. Yeah, yeah. It sounds like you do a little business there actually. And so like, once people do 2 or 3 sales a month and they actually see that, some level of buying and selling works together, you know, but I'd also be really weird about like shipping so many instruments out. It's like, well, why can't I make this work in a different way, never having to leave my house? Um, so, um, but yeah, Bob, I would love my dream for basketball cards is one day I would want very much want, not need, but I would want a nice big Kareem collection, a nice big Julius Irving collection. I would like to get a couple, a Jerry West, an old, Bill Russell, a couple old Bill Russell cards, even like a nice looking colored copy in PSA 4, 3, or whatever it is. Good luck, I know. Um, yeah, and I like a lot of those old sets, right? I don't like the tall boy tops cards and stuff like that, but it'd be cool, right? Have half my case be sort of like 90s refractors, really nerdy, very like prototypical neurodivergent collector case or something, but I love those cards. I know a lot about them. I've gotten disciplined with them a little bit. I got a couple of those cards that have been up quite a bit. I don't want to sell them, right? I don't know if you know that. I tried selling cards because I don't have like any money. I don't have income. But yeah, I looked up a couple prices that I haven't. One of the I have a PSA 9 of this Shaq card. A PSA 7 went at auction on eBay for 77 bucks. So at auction, wow, right? But like that's like a three, four, five, $600 card now. Whatever it actually could sell for minus fees and stuff. You know, but eBay's nice, obviously nice for that kind of stuff. If I ever need it and I have to move one of those cards, I know I could either get some like fast cash. I had some guy the actually how I bought this microphone, and sorry to sound like a douche, but I'm gonna keep self-indulging. How I bought the microphone, the Samsung A16 I'm streaming on, and this $50 Chromebook, is some guy messaged me on Facebook, wanted to buy 500 in cards, ended up buying 1,000 in cards, which was very nice thing to do. Bought some very nice cards. So yeah, I was just selling a couple of the Kobe's and Jordans I had because I know those sell fast. And yeah, I wanted to get some, just have a couple $100 because you need money to live and stuff like that, right? That's how broke I am, right? This is like basically an adult 35-year-old, yeah, whatever. But yeah, none of all that stuff. But the other side of it is, I was like, I got some other stuff. If you're curious, like, cool, I'll happy to sell those cards at a price you can make a couple $100. I kind of felt, those types of things. Some people might want to buy more, at least learn more. So I ended up selling them probably at like a too good of a price, like a Shaq 98 refractor, stuff like that. But yeah, he was cool. He was very easy to do business with, which made me happy. And yeah, so do you even keep a Kobe card? I do. I got one. I got the Upper Deck Holiday card, the game worn Santa suit card. Super interesting. Yeah. Are you gonna do a flow state move? I don't know what flow state is. Flow state is, yeah. I don't know what flow state is or anything like that. Um, flow state move. Um, but yeah. Um, yeah, very neat. Oh, thanks everybody for liking the stream. Everybody that double tapped their screen. Those likes definitely help. They look nice. And yeah, thanks everyone in chat, people chatting and not chatting. Um, hello to everyone and all that awkward stuff. Ranjish, Rajneesh, born Chandra Mohan Jain. Cool. I had a friend named Jane in high school. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up, Heart Matters? Hello. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do a second channel. Um, yeah, I don't know. I like the Ducks Y stuff. It's fine with me, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking in a month or two, if I can make it that long, I got to see what's up with all this, whatever. But in a month or two, I might add a dono link like one day a week or something like that. I'll have I'll just call it a grift stream Friday or something like that. Grift philosophy, whatever. You know, if I can get like, this, if I can get like 40 or $50 a month, that actually extends my ability to stream quite a bit. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out life stuff. If I don't have to do that, if I can figure out a way to get a job in 2025, folks, if I can figure out a way to get a job or what I should be doing, then of course, I'll just do that instead. I gotta monetize my 600 subs. I gotta monetize all of you. Yeah, I'm learning from a couple people like Sasquatch. I love getting money from people. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know. Blow my brain out. Joseph DeAngelis, what's up? Hello to all, and God bless America, and we the people, and Jesus Christ, and King of Kings. He's the way, the truth, every day. Cool. Thanks for a very kind message. Very kind message. And yeah, to all the believers in chat, peace to you. To all my atheist secular friends, peace to you as well. Totally. Totally. Zorba the Buddha. Osha. This was that Osho philosophy. We're talking about meditation, meditative, individual, almost transcendence philosophy. Or even just being, right? Osho often spoke of Zorba the Buddha, a concept that integrates with the enjoyment of earthly pleasures like Zorba the Greek, with the inner peace and wisdom of a Buddha. Yeah, so very nice idea. Very nice idea. Yeah, if you have quinoa and cereal grains, like we were talking about the ancient Roman and Mediterranean diets and even ancient Egyptian diets, maybe it's really nice to have cereal grains, really nice to have a couple blueberries or something like that, a little bit of goat cheese, a little olive oil, maybe a little barley wine or mead never hurt anyone. You see everyone else is eating 15 or 1,000 or 800 or 600 calories a day and making it work. Who knows about thereabouts. Um, and yeah, and so, um, You're eating a diet that gets you to the age of 30. And so if somebody tells you that, well, as it turns out, as humans, you can enjoy some of the earthly pleasures, it's just how our brains work. It actually makes spirituality and religion, as well as our rational understanding faculties, all work a little better. Who knows? But then you also have this sort of inner peace and wisdom, meaning that we're not totally self indulgent. Maybe we're trying to understand functions and not in a sense that um, we have to be thinking about indulgences as indulgences. It's not purely sinful, it's not purely one thing or the other, but you have to understand it. Um, you have to be in the present. If you're without attachment, then what is it that you're actually stepping into while you're participating in earthly pleasures versus asceticism, versus being ascetic, or even cynic, right? Can I step into reality and actually be cynic and just saying, well, the being that's stepping into reality is rejecting ordinary and common values? Could it also be the case that this is what a stoic actually does? A stoic doesn't have some objective, you know, bird's eye eyeline view of whatever is going on in the world, but maybe more precisely, uh, a what a stoic is actually striving to achieve in terms of transcending something. Maybe I could make this if I was a mystic or meditative person like Osho, is that you are trying to be Zorba the Buddha. You are trying to enjoy pleasures, be a little hedonistic, but you're approaching that task understanding this gets you somewhere else or for some other reason. But then why not weight that against other pleasures like being a cynic or an ascetic or whatever it is, whatever your virtues are, right? Don't rule them out. If you tell me you want to be a warrior or debater, arguer, or something like that, couldn't it also be the case that you have to be a cynic? You have to be ascetic. I'll keep saying those words. You have to be a civil servant. You have to be someone who has the public interest in mind. And so while you're engaging in stuff, this isn't like George Santos, who was rumored to have, for individual gain, participated in these schemes. So a somewhat now infamous American politician, but uh, versus this, and it's not also not Donald Trump. Donald Trump telling us about construction for what reason? Like I'm sure Mr. Trump, I'm sure President Trump was great at managing construction projects. He was great at spotting great buildings. He was great at understanding the marketability and what a new building or a new real estate investment actually adds to the surrounding areas. Is this like Zorba the Buddha? Is this like finding the sense of inner peace as well as enjoying earthly pleasures? Alternatively, I could say, well, this doesn't actually embrace that momentary living in the present fully in any sense. If you're fully living in the present, Mr. President, from my point of view, I might argue that, well, yeah, we have important problems and issues that we can solve together. And if we're criticizing each other, as people do, it's also the case that you're not being a cynic. You're not rejecting values by sharing this with other people. Rejecting values would be saying that I don't need to be in the present. I don't need to lead from my past experience. I don't need to lead from my past life. I just need to lead. It would also be sort of detaching from the outcomes of some of these things that we're working on um, together, right? And so, yeah, who knows? Meditation is self discovery and inner transformation with a focus on releasing accumulated stress and experiencing silence. So I'm breaking this rule horribly. Maybe this was like a tongue-in-cheek way of saying, so if I have accumulated stress and I'm experiencing silence, who knows? What does it mean to live in the present? Can you live in the present? And is this all BS to say that, well, living in the present requires that we let go of sound and light and all of this other stuff, tension and stress and function and whatever else is actually in there? Well, I don't know. Zorba the Buddha says that you can have earthly pleasures. You probably shouldn't have earthly pleasures to deal with that, though. So we can start seeing that maybe some of these Osho philosophies or meditative philosophies, who knows, the maverick mystic, Rajneesh, and mystic philosophies in general, maybe they do have some internal consistency for their prescriptions as well as their metaphysical descriptions about what the world is like, what an individual or person is like. Maybe it's the case that these are also classified as self help because those metaphysics and prescriptions aren't based on scientific reality. They're not based on some widely accepted cultural view of society and metaphysics in the West. In a lot of places, probably. Actually, it probably turns out that's a lot of places, right? We don't want to do Orientalism, which is uh, a term often used in journalism or in academia to describe this sort of weird idea of mystifying something that's not that mystical or mysterious in the first place. It's just you didn't do the actual work to ask what it is. Yeah, Heart Matters says if your goal is stress reduction, we have better strategies now. Yeah, cool. YouTube monetization for sure. But yeah, um, this to me always still goes back to that importance of individuality. Is that being generalized? That's an important question in modern moral philosophy as well. Individuality has to be almost this idea that we grant in the same sense to everyone. It may even be disingenuous of me to say, well, Donald Trump shouldn't be talking about Europe in an incoherent way while he's getting on a plane, if that's what he's doing. If he's getting on a helicopter and he's talking about, whatever it is, Chinese 3D printed sex toys or something that are built for Americans because Americans buy them, and you're getting on a helicopter, you're getting on Marine One or whatever it is, and you're also talking about European identity being strictly European or something like this, and you're losing it, guys. But if we say individuality is generalized, this is also not necessarily good faith. It's not good faith to the president. It's not saying that is who the president is being in that moment, even if I disagree with Trump on nearly every point on a very deep level. And yeah, and so this is this weird idea where I'm being subjective, but I'm also objectively saying that I have to be able to generalize away, and it doesn't seem like that's what I'm doing. Yeah. And so, being able to build those sort of more complex lines is interesting. It's a great way to think about things. It's a very kind way to think about things. Hey, what's up, NGR? Good to see you. Your name almost sounded like NPR when I said it. Yeah. Yeah. Good to see you too, bud. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. And yeah, so but what were we talking about? We're talking about this Osho guy or whatever it was. Individual transformation through meditation and a rejection of traditional religions and societal structures. A life lived fully. So that's what he embracing both worldly experiences and inner freedom. And so who knows? Yeah, who knows what this is actually about? I'm sure someone actually knows some of the philosophy or whatever it is behind it, but it sort of sounds like if we're talking about what inner freedom or whatever that is, inner freedom it's almost like this idea that if you have to find transcendence or mysticism in here somewhere, well, yeah, you might be going out and having worldly material consumer experiences. You're living normal life. You don't have to always label it. And maybe there is something mystical or transcendent in that, is what he's telling us. But you also, if you're not preserving inner freedom, which is a hard idea to understand, it's even harder to do, then, you also have what else do you have? Is it actually defeatist to say live in the present moment? That's a really weird idea. Live in the present moment because it's so hard to find inner freedom and actually enjoy life and actually live a life worth enjoying, even if that's what life is actually about. Even if that's what life is actually about. And so this is strictly in conflict too with like Western thinking. What if I want to? The only thing I want to do is find a Western understanding of science and a rational understanding of the world. I want a form of liberalism that endorses ethical principles and stuff like that. I don't really want to be dogmatic about it. I just want to be able to talk about it in a cohesive way. Hey, what's up? We got Angel in chat. Good to see you. We got emojis, folks. Carter Felder, Osho was all about it. just like Trump. DJT, yeah. Yeah, if you guys have clumsy opinions about the meaning of life or transcendence or ordinary pleasures, clumsy teachings. If you have clumsy teachings on not on meditation or individual freedom, yeah, if you have clumsy teachings and you can chop them down to fit in an actual comment, let me know. Yeah, I'd love to read some comments, but also cool to see everybody chatting and stuff, I think. Life in the moment, because if you live in the future, you will have anxiety. If you live in the past, you will have regret. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You know, that function of control, right? When we think about control and just how life is sort of this organic process, you know, it's based on a little bit cognition and, you know, who knows, maybe not, you know, but, you know, it comes from this sort of organic process of brains and belief and all kinds of stuff, processes and systems that actually mine what like the macro conditions of our ecology are like. And then we operate in that ecology. So it's a complex system that you're just doing. You know, one of these functions of both control and fluidity is also to challenge you, heart matters. I'd say it is actually out a little bit. It's almost outside of our body. It's over, you know, it's just 2 days or 2 hours or 2 minutes out. You know, if I say I'm going to in 2 minutes either make whatever it is, popcorn, peanut butter and jelly. I've got Beyond Burgers in my fridge. I've got peanuts. I've got all this kind of stuff. So in 2 minutes, I'm going to go and do something with food. Who knows? Maybe that's what Osho wants us to do. He wants us to understand those decisions that we can make in 2 minutes. And maybe that's not what we actually like. That's what a crazy person does is put that stuff out in, you know, 2 minutes or 2 weeks out, you know, but you know, if you live in the past, you will have regret, maybe, but why can't I also have a definition of freedom? Or why if I want a political or philosophical understanding, why can't I be self-reflexive or reflective about that stuff? All are OBE of consciousness outside of true form. I don't know what that means. I just don't know what it means. Human evolution demands veganism. Cool. Carter Felder, what's up? Hey, what's up? Johnny Black. Jonas. Johnny Black. What's the topic? Just dropped in. I don't know. If you got clumsy beliefs about religion or spirituality, it's working out a little bit, folks. Feel free to share. Clumsy beliefs about anything. You're stumbling into whatever the idea is. Mean trick, right? Mean trick. Mean trick. I don't know where we are, folks. Are we on YouTube Live? Y'all in chat? I'm up here. There's a big difference. There's a difference here. Ooh. All right. So I read somewhere that the days are going faster. Ooh. That'd be the universe playing some silly tricks on us for sure. Don't you think about the days where we da 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 da. Oh no. Or is it the other way? Is it the other way now? Spin round something. That kind of sounds like a spaghetti western song a little bit. It's got one of those commonalities of themes. Who knows? Maybe this Osho guy is full of crap or whatever. It's like evolutionary psychology, like it often turns out to be. And it's like, well, you're asking people to consume a very Western, exciting sort of form of life. The beliefs and ideas are endorsing very exciting ideas. And so you naturally, your philosophy has a spaghetti Western rhythm to it. You got individual freedom in meditation and transcendence, or you've got individual freedom in mysticism. And so I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but I've got an ascetic resemblance to this thing. And so does it actually functionally operate and evolve in a way that's different than that? You know, is that the right way to argue against a sort of a spiritual, religious, but self-help belief like Osho? The flow state is a time hack. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Hope y'all are doing good. You guys are having a good night. I'm having a good night then too. Appreciate everyone who double tapped the screen and all that stuff. No worries though. Not no worries like that, but actually no worries. We just hanging out, folks. If you think someone else that you know would enjoy the stream, do please like it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I don't recommend avoiding all stress. Stress triggers growth. Stress triggers growth. Yeah. It also triggers a lot of hormone pathways and stuff too. Yeah. Welcome to Duck's World. Welcome to what Nate does is just say the same thing you do and then I correct it. I don't know if it's actually right, but yeah, someone was talking about the weird pear-shaped bodies that we got out of like Roman and Macedonian life. If you guys have seen any of my daytime workouts, my workout lives, I'm like pretty fit, pretty thin, but I also have a very pear-shaped like midsection. I don't know where my hip bones are and all this other stuff. And so a lot of this is just, it's not just consumption, it's just like the stress that we have because it's 2025. So yeah, we're all in it together. We're all in it together. I wish I was American. This Canadian stuff is getting old. Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I wish the United States and Canada could sort of normalize a little bit. Let's find a priority or something we can work on. If a great habit or routine helps you with that, who knows? Maybe I don't need to be whatever it is, Slavoj Zizek. I'm getting better at saying his name, but we don't have to always be talking about sort of the way that we're retelling a narrative that hasn't been told, and it's almost going to be true or not. In either case, it's either the case that American politicians and Canadian politicians never got along, or we needed to fight more, we needed to figure out more stuff together, or we didn't need to figure out as much as we did figure out together. And that's going to be proved more right or wrong in time. Very spineless way of approaching this, by the way, but this is the narrative that Donald Trump is almost demanding that we then talk about Donald Trump for. It's very Hegelian, very some people would say it's contrived historical metaphysical bullshit BS. It's almost like a religious way to approach this stuff. Other people would say that, well, what Slavoj Zizek would tell us about Canadian and American relations is that, well, if liberalism was so right, straw man argument, but why do we have to explain Donald Trump? Yeah, everything's gotten so hard for the liberals in the world today that, we just get Donald Trump or something. I wish more people focused on improving the physical world. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what yeah, it's a very cool idea. Yeah. Find the broken stuff and fix it. Find the broken stuff and fix it. All right. All right. Cool. Cool. No fast solutions. Have you heard of the noticing? Yeah. I'm not going to end up on a weird list for Googling this. I hope. Oh, is this Mark Pitt Cabbage? I don't know if that name sounds familiar. Anti-Semitism Education Hour. I also see the noticing with Sithu I. Anime as leaders. I know animals as leaders. I don't know. This is from Spotify, the second result from the noticing. It says the woven weeb. I don't know if this is like half meme or something like this. Some like weird Indian German stuff or whatever, but cool. I don't have Spotify on this like Chromebook or whatever, but this OS doesn't support the Spotify app unless I go to the Play Store. The noticing hypothesis is a theory within second language acquisition that learners cannot continue advancing their language abilities or grasp linguistics. Can't grasp linguistics. Okay. Cool. Cool. Unless they consciously notice the input. Cool. That's a very cool idea. Yeah, that's a very cool idea. Yeah. So I don't know if this was, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So this is cool. I don't know. Just I'm obviously new to this noticing hypothesis. So the noticing hypothesis that someone might have brought up is about second language acquisition. I only have one language, but even acquiring one language that does its job well, like asking what are they asking me to look at? What are the first facts that they're coming with? You know, are we debating our worldviews, or are we presenting our worldviews in the beginning, in the start of a discussion? So this is obviously pretty far off from this noticing hypothesis, which appears to be some sort of empirical or pseudo-empirical sort of something. I don't actually know. I don't know for sure at all. So there's nothing here, but yeah, understanding, the other, like, just subjects, objects and stuff in language. Signifying meaning is always a really tough one. Signifying meaning is always a very tough one, but there are people that signify meaning, so go follow those people. Follow the right people. Shalom, Israel Adam. Yeah, shalom. Shalom. Yeah. So, yeah, peace to folks who speak Hebrew in the chat. What's up? Do you hate yourself, Duck? No, it's just it's the budget, my friend. Yeah. No, yeah, the Duck Grift. If you want to cash at me $1,000, I will go buy a $300 Ryzen 5 laptop right this second. I'm not even joking. I'll go buy a mini PC from Amazon if you cash at me $1,000 right now. How's your day, homie? My day was actually perfect. Perfectly good. Yeah, perfect in the sense that it was my day. So, hope your day was also good, homie. But you're hard to listen to sometimes. So many big words to paint such a structured picture. I understand different strokes for different folks, just saying maybe less is more. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing tonight, guys, but I appreciate you. The masses need religion until they don't. Yeah, is mysticism like a scary force or something? Um, the masses need religion. I can do this a little better. The masses need religion until they don't. Yeah. When we talk about needing something, it could be about comfort, I think, is one thing people would say. Is it comfortable? They might also talk about psychological need, whatever that word need means. Definitely. Versus a want. So it might be the case that atheists and secular folks don't want religion to exist. Anti-theists specifically don't want religion to exist. Could also be the case that religious people want to be religious. Could be the case that no one needs religion. Could be the case that no one needs anything of religion, but y'all suck. Sorry, Freudian slip. Yeah, y'all suck. Double tap the screen, folks. No, if anybody in chat is an anti-theist, thinks religion shouldn't exist, explain an argument that I need to hear. Let me know in chat, what is an argument or an idea that I need to hear? What is an argument that you'd want me to hear? I'd love to hear it, to be completely honest, right? Not just because we're on YouTube, and I mean this affectionately, not just because we're on YouTube, not just because, oh, chat metrics are so important or something like this, but yeah. Yeah, if I whatever it is, yeah, if I need or want to hear something, it's very happy to do that. What is too much empathy? What is too much empathy? Well, what is empathy? What does it mean to understand something with your full brain? Is that what empathy is usually meaning? So maybe I want a full definition of empathy. If I just go off what I understand it to be, I understand empathy to be both the sense of compassion, both the sort of presentness to understand another person's circumstance, as well as that same presentness, which is disregarding sort of the totality of what someone understands about something. Bob has the actual definition, so if I want, I got. Those that seek find, apparently. If you seek, you find. If you look, you have looked. Um, yeah, it's very different. And so, what is too much empathy? I think too much empathy is actually the otherizing of someone else. It's not appreciating another person is, or imposing our own sense of that on it. And too much empathy is also perhaps, um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's too much identity or individualism. That would be my first answer. If I was writing an essay or a debate opener for like there's too much empathy that exists, my debate argument would be, well, too much empathy is about allowing for too much individuality, too much individualism. When our ideas, so my beliefs about something like religion or spirituality, at some point are just things all humans do. They're generalized away from what anyone is. Not very exciting, but if I'm assuming that the Jews and the Muslims fight because Jews and Muslims fight, well, I'm not actually understanding the statement in the first place. I'm not even using language correctly because I was so empathetic towards, ugh, why is this happening? I think that's what some people misappropriate to Anna Kasparian. Now that she's coming up again, I think she's been on PBD. I think she was just on Tucker Carlson recently. But yeah, Anna Kasparian can often be said to be like, oh, is she so empathetic that she's gone so soft into the center of everything, right? She's definitely not far left. She's definitely not far left. She's definitely not right. So is she just this really soft, weak, empathetic person? It's like, well, no, but she's telling stories that all people in a society are slipping off of. Who knows? Maybe there is a criticism or critique of that idea that she has too much empathy. Um, it's like, well, yeah, you go on a show like Tucker Carlson. Tucker is someone who's maybe really disagreeable when he's talking about politics, but he's also very experienced. So great place for you, Anna. Great place for people to hear a cool conversation you can't hear anywhere else. Um, and yeah, I'm just gonna totally superimpose my values and meaning onto this, but maybe this idea of too much empathy is that like, well, even suggesting we enter a room to hear this personal conversation on social media is already the reason we fight. Why do we fight? Well, that is why we fight. Come back, Jon Stewart. I don't know where you went in the first place, but yeah, just like Tyler Perry opened a movie studio. By the way, hopefully Tyler Perry's doing well in his movie studio, recovered from COVID and all this stuff. But maybe Jon Stewart can open a farm and just do movies or something. He can call Anna Kasparian over, maybe Tucker Carlson sometime too. They can do another ContraPoints or talking points or breaking points or whatever it is. Again, why do we fight? What up, Fatty? Good to see you. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and it will be open to you. Matthew 7:7 from Angie R. Yeah, cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a very cool verse. I appreciate it quite a bit. But yeah, um, yeah, this is one of the reasons why I like the gospel. Is I don't like the gospel. I'm an atheist, but if I did like the gospel, that would be why. Is like someone can find some sort of meaning in there, and that's cool if you can do that. I'd rather we don't have to say it out loud, right? That's what I would knock. You know, asking it will be given to you. Yeah, it's very cool. If you have a minute of silent prayer, all of a minute of silent meditation. A big trick, small trick, a little bit of a critique, criticism, but I'll go have my moment. And yeah, that's cool. We're all in it together, folks. Right? Same team, same goal. For him or against him. Honestly, some MAGA folks and center left are open to changing their minds with enough evidence. Yeah, hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm a big believer that people on the left can understand the story that like blue dog Democrats a little bit more. I also believe that if it can't be a mallet that we're hitting people over the head with. It can't be bad faith and assume people don't know that story is compelling. Why some people find it compelling, right? Democrat homework. Yeah, for MAGA folks, I don't know, unburn all of the books that Trump burned. Um, and we'll get back to business as usual. Same team, same goal, folks. Let's go double tap that screen if you guys haven't. You guys have been super, super supportive on that like button. So I appreciate everyone quite a bit. Um, yeah, for doing that and whatever. A lot of it is our struggle with identity, our lack of understanding ourselves, caring too much for others feels like a noble escape. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, YouTube comment, right? Carter Felder, a lot of it is a struggle with identity, a lack of understanding ourselves. Caring too much for others feels like a noble escape. Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of um, maybe not all the way, like if this is placing an idea, if anyone knows Ayn Rand, this is Carter's comment reminds me of like objectivism, but like adjacent to it, right? I wouldn't put this as the same thing as objectivism. If we're talking about a 3D, a full idea or something like that. Yeah, for the sake of conversation, this is obviously a chat comment, but you have objectivism, which is a full philosophy, understand the most important points. I would say that's a cool idea that's kind of right next to it. This big old ball that we can pull at and unpack. Um, and yeah, maybe it is the case that caring for others and altruism is a very like reflexive, reactive thing that we do just based on our evolutionary psychology. Yeah, based on the way that we operate in an objective society. We operate in a society that is one way. Um, and it could also be the case that what caring is about in the first place is that doing. So I might disagree with you and say, well, you're missing the point. There is no understanding ourselves or identity if we don't say that caring is more than this. I have to. Foreboding, grim, dark, maybe a little forlorning, gaunt, very gaunt. We'll never get away with it. All right. Guts, blood, gaunt, forlorning, altruism, gifting. All right, baby. Let's do some random, weird Aubrey Plaza style ASMR, folks. Gaunt, blood, guts, dark, gothic. All right. Lousy philosophy. Oh, that's a lousy philosophy. Oh, you're a lousy philosophy. Nothing to see here. Coming in all aggressive today. All I can say back to you is I don't know what a lousy philosophy is, dude. I'm person, dude, place, thing, whatever, place names. Let's go to Michigan and talk about it. Have you guys heard that song before? Less is more, Bob. Bob, more is less. Michigan's in the rear view now. Keep your hands where I can see. Ooh, it's really bad. You took the words right out my mouth when you knew that I would need What am I supposed to do now without you? Foreboding, dark, grim, long. Be good. Bob, what's up? Kant? I like Kant. I don't know if chat. There's a semi out of context Kant question mark. If anybody wants to respond to that, that's pretty cool. RCPY01. Objective society means libtards do narcotics, stimulant narcotics off of Hunter Biden's undergirdles. Yeah. Yeah, his interview is pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know if Hunter Biden was an irrelevant character in society, so yeah. I don't know. I probably have 50 connections in my LinkedIn network who are 10 times more relevant than Hunter Biden. So that's cool. Yeah, I used to be first degree connections. I don't know what happened to everyone, but I had, first degree connections, some of the biggest investors, founders, all that kind of stuff. Just back when I cared about LinkedIn. I never cared about networking. I didn't understand it, but who's Hunter Biden? I don't know. He's Joe Biden's son, period. Everyone knows him, so. Cool. Yeah, I hope you're well, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you yeah, that's it. If you want to, 2 out of 3, 1 out of 3 messages is productive for chat. Feel free to be honest, authentic, all that kind of stuff. Whatever. You're with friends here, my friend. I don't know who you're with when you're not here, but whatever you want, buddy. Buddy, pal, friend, whatever. Actually, cool. A is A and sometimes A. Ooh. Oh, get out of here, dude. That's disgusting. That's nasty. So we live in a subatomic universe, folks. Spoiler, it's not just experience. The universe is actually made out of particles. When you describe something that's not a particle, you're describing something from theory's theory. You're describing something from reality's brother. Oh, get out of here, bro. The more different types of problems you learn to solve, yeah, definitely. The easier future problems become for you. Uh, Not really, but okay, whatever. The more different types of problems you learn to solve, the easier future problems come for you. Let me read that again. Sorry, in my own brain. The more different types of problems you learn to solve, the easier future problems become for you. Yeah, that's very cool. Those our brain's a muscle in that sense. It's an organ, it's a function. Yeah, you know, I recommend, how I did this. I don't recommend something, but how I did this is I would find smarter subreddits and stuff like that. If you use Reddit, Reddit's a great place to have full conversations. You have to write a little bit, and just finding a way to not let your like inner human cat out, but like just respond to what someone says. Don't be afraid. It sounds stupid to respond on a forum or a board with 5 minutes of research, but that's actually what a lot of people do. Is it's like, well, if I have to look something up for 5 or 10 minutes, or I'm interested in it, so just go do 1 or 2 Reddit questions or Reddit responses a day. Learn something new. That's a certain type of problem solving. Yeah. Um, Too much empathy. Here we go. This is a callback. Too much empathy. You experience crippling emotions in the same way as someone you are empathizing with. This harms you. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's correct. That's definitely correct. So, yeah, if I empathize with someone so much that we're both in the same predicament, in a sense that we're either helpless or we're required service or external support to be considered having dignity, or to be considered as moral agents being treated as moral ends versus a means to an end. That's too much empathy. That axiomatically and based on a precept, that's actually a pretty beautiful argument. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you can't let it take over. Tucker spreads hate for a decade. He deserves 0 ears. Yeah, people that saw Tucker on Fox, CNN actually first. He's a great broadcaster, very famous guy. He's also someone that was, like to you guys, always very willing to go out and say the meanest, rudest things possible. And it does. It makes us wonder. It's like, well, couldn't I just change the channel? That was what Tucker Carlson was a very rude, mean person, and it's horrible, horrible. Um, I don't feel like he ever sought to elevate people. Jessica makes a good point. Empathy is a good thing unless it is an empathy for the Reich that has begun in America. Yeah, yeah. If you guys are thinking we're in the middle of a fascist takeover, we there's a just a like real quick social justice purge. Yeah, there is a white supremacist group. I think in Missouri that they have organization. I think they've got land or something. Um, I know people have been asking to talk about this, implying we should talk about it. We probably should. We probably should. Should. In Missouri. I know Jessica was talking about empathy, but she's also talking about the Third Reich. I don't know what FFS means. Can someone catch me up on the internet abbreviations? Was it Kansas? No. Um, so not prison gangs, not prison gangs. Arkansas. White supremacists building a whites only settlement in Arkansas. Yeah, that's very weird. Who knows how that is? Like, if you have private funding, if you have 160 acres of privately funded land that isn't commercially available or is commercially available, how does the law actually work? Yeah, what's the political scenario of tolerance, or it's illegal, right? What does tolerance look like? What is tolerance, as well as, if this is a political action, what does political opposition or civil organization, civic engagement, democratic activation look like against this idea that you can build 160 acres of land in the United States dedicated to a whites only settlement? That seems like an injustice. Yeah, Arkansas. So New Normal already knew this, obviously. Jessica says, for F's sake. Cool. For fuck's sake. Yeah, nothing to see here says also for F's sake, of course. Choosing to live with one's own race or skin color morally wrong. Carter Felder asks a question. Bob says no. Yeah. Well, you guys got Bob the Mod saying no, so Ayn Rand's ideas were both wrong and evil. It had to remain private as they can. And yeah. So yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to stay together on this one, maybe we can kind of stay up to date if anything updates. So we're I see a story from 3 weeks ago that there's a 24-year-old man facing charges after allegedly working with a transnational terrorist group to create a hit list of high-value targets. That's very sketchy. This is just searching white supremacist group on Google News. A field guide to accelerationism. White supremacy is actually a result of this social geopolitical accelerationism, wherever you put it, for whatever reason. Why it starts or what it is. So white supremacist groups using violence to spur race war and create social chaos. Social chaos is what's coming from this, and so that's a good place to start. Yeah, can you start a theory based on chaos alone or whatever? I don't know. Southern Poverty Law Center. We had someone really against the SPLC the other day. I forgot who it was. But yeah, I don't know if it was tongue in cheek or actual or whatever it was, but yeah, you know. Yeah, but yeah, just to speak out against Bob the Mod on, I don't know if that was specifically responding, is choosing to live with one's own race or skin color morally wrong. It means your ethical and social principles are inconsistent. It means you can't generalize to other people. And if you're saying that metaphysically another person is different from you based on race, that should be patently false. So I would say at least my first argument is that, well, it's basically completely false. It's not consistent. It's not coherent with other information you'll get in a society. And so why is racism so dangerous? Why does it create these social criminal extremist sort of political connections and stuff like this? Why is organized racism so dangerous? Well, we've seen the consequences is people often take those beliefs that are, and they say these are normal social beliefs, and they're actually extremist views in the first place. It's an extremist view sitting underneath on top of some normal social psychology. And so I'm sure there are, like, this sounds weird. No one clip this, but I'm sure there are normal, like, seemingly normal white white nationalists or whatever. There's seemingly normal any kind of anywhere in the world racist people. There's people that are supremacists or nationalist in a negating sense of other people, you know. So who knows? Maybe that's a question you answer at the same time. If we're getting into big boy, big dog, grown up adult style thinking, we're getting into the ways that we have longer term discussions about all kinds of stuff, whatever it is. Like, dang, actually, you know, I don't know if you knew this, but um, you know, get over these two big ideas at one time, right? Can't we ask about like forms of patriotism and nationalism that seem to endorse competition, like existential competition, and at the same time talk about what it is to be white nationalism? They're not the same, right? Someone was in here calling me a libtard, which is really disrespectful, by the way. Probably way more conservative than you, actually, as it turns out. Just because I'm not a social conservative or anything else doesn't mean that I think about the world way the fuck differently than you do, asshole. But yeah, no offense. Chat audience, you guys are always awesome. But speaking honestly, let's tackle this idea at the same time. Let's tackle nationalism. Let's tackle this idea of patriotism. Let's tackle this idea of actual racism. These are different ideas, but they go into the same bucket of, can I think about myself as different, and how do I do that consistently and coherently without this weird manifest destiny sort of crusader mindset? Maybe you want that sort of crusader mindset. I don't know. I'm not going to judge you for it, but can you explain it back to me? You don't have to. It's cool, but we're all friends, aren't we? Has to remain private. They can. Sometimes crowded spaces gives too many glean perceptions of others. Here's picking up on Simply Weasel. You guys are outpacing me hella a lot right now, guys. I'm talking, trying to keep up, folks. I appreciate you quite a bit. I love that we got 42 likes with 11 people here. It's very cool. Y'all are awesome. Really mean that. Ducks Y, appreciate you guys so much. No, I don't know what all that means, right? Okay. I'm gonna get my scoundrel on one day for whatever. I don't know who I am, but racism is crunched when in jail, bug. Um, yeah, Carter, if you're asking about primal and protective selves, I don't think those are actual words. My opinion about this is that if you're not talking about the ecology and the person in the ecology, we're not talking about anything primal. And so therefore you can't even reference protective conjugated in this sense. Those ideas that the concepts and theories, or the concepts and the actions, the praxis that actually makes that reality, are totally disconnected. I think when those ideas are connected, we're actually talking about making really complex decisions sometimes really simple decisions. Isn't it the case that society is naturalistic a priori? John Locke says it's because of this idealized version, this idealized, almost utopian view, idealized version of natural law and stuff like this. We have natural law, and therefore we have natural rights. Society makes those things more perfect, more ordered. But John Locke also, he accepts that we have mediation, we have these ideas of fake magistrates in the state of nature and the natural condition. So understanding how all that stuff works, being primal and protective, you still have to understand how that stuff works. You understand the social acting out, the social drive that humans have alongside this drive for property. It's just that property, individualism, and what we actually are in natural law under John Locke, and this statement of liberalism is internal. It is internal first, but it's also social first. Uh, so John Locke would say we don't give up our primal and protective instincts at all. I don't know if that's what you're saying here. Reference, probably not. That's bad faith to me entirely. But how much of our primal and protective selves can we give up? Well, this is the other idea, is that if we're doing both society as well as looking at our animal brains and sort of objective brains in that same society, you know, and you've got the dirtiest duck in the world. However these big pearlies show up on stream today, whatever it is, uh, kind of nasty. But it's always social. It's always about some form of social. So Yeah, what do you actually mean by how do you explain primal and protective to a cop or to an employer? What does that actually mean? You don't. Yeah, exactly. It's the same point. Ow. Okay. We got people figuring stuff out and figuring stuff out. And if you guys figure out what I should be figuring out, please do let me know. We're totally on a team here. Um, what do you guys think we are at? I'm down to stay live for a bit. Explain Obama's husband. I don't know what you're talking about. RC Pyro One. Appreciate you though. I don't know what Obama's husband is. I like Michelle Obama. She seemed nice. Yeah. I mean, Obama was a very powerful person. He was a very powerful, influential person who spent time, a lot of time, I think, in Boston and Chicago. I think he spent a lot of time in the Northeast as well as the Midwest. So, very powerful, influential person. So, I don't know who his husband would be, but um, yeah. Yeah. He's also, yeah, he's very ambitious for the Senate, right? Obama did have, if you want to talk about American politics in almost a woke sense or whatever, RC Pyro One. If you want that sort of woke right or just like left leaning interpretation of American politics, Obama, you could say, had this manifest destiny, Christendom sort of interpretation of his relationship with the Congress that, well, the electoral mandate of talking about Democrats who talked and got elected talking about healthcare reform, and then the president also gets elected talking about healthcare reform. They do this based on this subjective political notion of hope. And so, yeah, what America then goes out and does is they play fuck, marry, kill. They buy, build, they do all this stuff all their way, while doing hope and hope in healthcare reform. It's one thing. It is what it is. So who's Obama's husband? If you ask who Obama's husband is and you mean it to get an answer, that would be my answer. That would be my answer. My response is, it's manifest destiny. He's also a guy who maybe had complex views about a lot of stuff. And yeah, who knows? Who knows? I couldn't imagine a guy as busy as him. A guy with no time, all the time in the world, right? Who knows? Who actually knows? Who was his best friend? I wonder if Obama and Michael Hayden got along while Obama was in the White House. How are you guys doing? Yeah, come over to the Obama mansion. David Petraeus. Tell me what's new. What have you heard recently? Let's walk through it, talk through it. I ain't trying to get too crazy, but let's have a conversation, folks. Let's see how we do. Yeah, not to just lack of transparency, lack of knowing Barack Obama. um, yeah, new normal's got a good point. Yeah, just about yeah, Panama Canal is more manifest destiny style, LOL. Yeah, maybe. This is when people say this is an important distinction or argument. Um, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of people that accuse the United States of being an empire. And so if you look at an empire, what an empire does is it expands. It projects its power into land that isn't its own until it has control and force, until it has control and power over those places. That's usually what's meant by an empire, right? You build a bigger system of society and polity. It's not polity totally, but you build a bigger system of society from the polity, from the actual polity. Um, there's also a view that, historically, the United States, when you understand their core security objectives and you can deal with a little complexity, has always been about managing the little, not little, but large amount of resources and stuff that it has between the two coastlines. Between the two coastlines, when it gets fascinated with Hawaii and Alaska, it maintains that. So, manifest destiny is really about a very age old American question of asking what you do when you have the land that you're on. You live in New York, you live in a city, you still own the land that you're on. And eventually you learn through maturity that this is competitive and also cooperative. Yeah, Obama was a cool president. Uh, Obama was a cool president. Um, yeah, I'm sure any president would be a cool president to talk to for any reason, for any sense. Look at all the saucers and old paintings. See, what's the difference between Adolf Hitler and Benjamin Netanyahu? Um, uh, yeah, one place to, if you're actually asking, one place to start that would be saying that, well, Hitler started aggression. He was elected on a policy of outward xenophobia and radicalizing the population. His sort of sense of German nationalism was about putting German people first. It was fascist. Netanyahu probably could have avoided war. There's probably some complexity in his own information and stuff that he had there. But yeah, even if you're being, if you don't want to be at all good faith or optimistic about Netanyahu, maybe it's the right answer. Maybe that is correct. If I was being really harsh, I would say, well, the difference is Netanyahu simply didn't choose to avoid war. And then he accelerated based on the forces that he saw in a overmining, overextending manner. Yeah, Netanyahu set up even worse, you could say Netanyahu set up a government that was able to do this. And if you say that's Hitler, well, it's like, well, no, because you have the memory of a goldfish if you don't, But yeah, there's probably a deeper political or philosophical reason the two are different, Zach. I don't know. It's cool to see France recognizing Palestine, by the way. If you need, I don't know why you need international levers, but if you need international levers to get the right people at the table, that's pretty cool. But I don't know that much about Israel or Palestine. I've seen a lot about settler violence and stuff like that recently. The only reason I would possibly bring that up is to say that, well, if you want a really objective view, you could understand both intersectionality, marginalization of people. You can understand regional security complexes, this idea of having regional powers. You can understand geopolitical anarchism. And you could also understand this, not just intersectionality, but you could actually quantify sort of what social levers, drivers, and funding existed in different areas and try to figure out who should have done what and why, and ask for transparency. One has foreskin. Hey, what up? What's up? Good to see you in chat. MN. What up, MG? What up, GGs? We got GGs in chat. It's kind of good to see you. Kind of not, but cool. Welcome to stay. Feel free to double tap the stream, of course, if you want to like the video. Yeah, is Benjamin Netanyahu responsible to respond to global anti-Semitism or global misunderstanding of global competition with the Israeli state, or both. So, you know, and this isn't a moral argument. That's one of the challenges with a question that's, maybe it's a great clear question. Maybe it needs to be pulled apart more. If I've got a buff Inu version of a question, and it's like, well, how is Benjamin Netanyahu like Hitler, bro? Cool question. Like, I wouldn't argue it. But with clarity, with a little clarity and a little fortitude, I could also say that, well, if we're asking that morally versus geopolitically, versus in a comparative sense, what happens in Israel stays in Israel by definition. By definition, these are it's Israeli beliefs. It's also Palestinian beliefs and Gazan beliefs that drive these decisions that ultimately cross borders. So how is Hitler like Benjamin Netanyahu? They're not at all, because they're in different places. They don't exist at the same time at all. So literally, there's no way to respond to that question. Out of body Abe, out of body Abe, body yada 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 yada. Think about 27,000 children die. That's what you call genocide, yes, self-defense. Yeah, 27,000 children dying is a lot of children dying. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, if you can do the same, Zach, yeah, you can do the same, yeah, maybe there's nothing that justifies 27,000, or, we can wrap that in 27,000 children. We can also wrap in 80,000 additional Palestinians or Gazans and say, well, it's only been 2,000 Israelis that have died. So nothing justifies it. Nothing justifies it. The reason nothing justifies either of these, and we agree about that, is because of the incompetence that led to this. It's the incompetence, or not. I don't know. But yeah, you have a recognition of violence. You have a recognition of hatred, and you have a recognition that these are forces that are mobilized kinetically. These are things that are they're not cyber. They're just kinetic, right? That's what we believe most of the time, And so intolerance, and not intolerance, but lack of regional clarity, is this thing that really bugs people. And if it's otherwise, do tell us why. Do tell us why this isn't manifest destiny or whatever. All right, YouTube's showing me everybody left, which is cool. Bob, you're all alone in chat, bro. Yeah, if you guys want to do more Israel-Palestine stuff, maybe another night. I'm not trying to run away from the questions. Oh, cool. Yeah, new normal's here. Hell yeah, we got new normal 42. No, if we got if you guys want to do Israel-Palestine some other night, maybe we'll do that. I am yeah, but the title of the stream was clumsy stuff. I'm not trying to be clumsy about this topic. I don't think I'm being too clumsy, but I also don't really want to do I support Mendy? Who's Mendy? Who's Mendy? Mendy is so I don't know who Mendy is. Yeah, I don't know what Mendy is, Zach Con. Sorry. Yeah, there's a Mehdi Hassan. I don't know who Mehdi Hassan is either. Oh, he's the guy that just did the Jubilee debate. Is that who you're talking about? Mehdi Raza Hassan. Mehdi Raza Hassan. Mehdi Raza Hassan. Jubilee. Yeah, I don't know what he believes. I don't know him. I didn't watch the Jubilee debate yet. It looked like I saw 20 people running to the mic. Yeah, he battled. Okay. Yeah, I heard some guy got fired from his like IRL job because he went to this thing and ended up sort of accidentally spurging out support of Nazi politicians. Not like spurging, but like in some sense, he was in a debate and he wasn't prepared to frame the material in the way he wanted. So it's like, okay, if you want to talk about psychological research or like psyops or whatever, like all this stuff is fair play if you're having a discussion, especially if it's supposed to be exciting. You know, you're the main event. This is a sort of a black tie affair you're going to. But you have to be able to frame that sort of socially volatile material in a better way. And so if it appears that you are presenting an argument that's endorsing actual Nazi thought, that loses right away because, yeah, what that party was based on was hatred. That party was based on hatred, and even more damning in a debate setting isn't the hatred, it isn't the genocide of the Jews in diaspora. What's more damning is that this was actually a wrong idea. You could flat out say that, well, it's obviously unethical, but every sort of lever of competition the Nazis tried to leverage was incorrect. It didn't matter that Hitler had allies in Japan and Italy. What mattered was that Hitler's allies couldn't keep control of energy supplies, and they couldn't actually extend and control the territory they thought was relevant as much as was possible. There was no way. They were strategically perhaps somewhat inferior, and also weaker than they supposed themselves to be. It didn't turn out that manufacturing prowess, or what apparently was a centralized version of society, actually willed itself out into conflict in some way. Yeah, and arguably this is because, you know, who knows? Who knows why this is? It could have just been the case that, well, there's, you know, very little reason to suggest that a nascent fascist industrialized system could ever compete with, uh, you know, more diversity and also efficient, energy controlling, energy independent states in the West on the military front. And so when you believe this, when you see this, not only are you misquoting Nazi literature, and there's probably a stronger argument in here somewhere, but in true Jubilee debate style, folks, you know, if I was Mehdi Hassan, one of the conversations I'd want to have was, well, isn't it the case that not only was this Nazi position based on hatred, but it was based on a severe, severe social deficiency? So how can you even, in good faith, not doubt the racism, but doubt that the intention was anything other than plugging holes in the Nazi regime? So you have hatred and you use that hatred to try and buttress a failing position. You're losing. Hey, Tricolor, good to see you. Yeah, free Palestine. Let's send Lily Tino to Palestine. What's up, Rune Links? Appreciate that and appreciate you. Ahmed Ali, good to see you. Good to see you. Brother, do you support Netanyahu? And so, yeah, cool. Yeah, I see them digits up there. Yeah, so yeah, I'm happy to talk about. We talked about. I don't know. I don't have more to say about Palestine right now. Lost my key fob in the woods. I published a short yesterday. By the way, if anyone wants to like and subscribe, I will do more stuff on geopolitics in the future. I don't want to be like a person influencing stuff that I don't understand, but I did do a short talking about questions I firmly stand by and believe we should be asking, not only in severe conflict areas like Palestine, Gaza, and Israel, where there's famine, there's medical crises, there's complete lack of transparency about how the IDF is operating, how the IDF forces are lining up, and we're seeing reports of dead civilians nearly every day. So, so in my view, yeah, if you guys want to watch that, people in Palestine, just go. It's in my shorts or whatever. If you want to know what I think about it, or if you want to have a chat and chat, you guys feel free to do that. I'm not doing more. hurts my heart too much to think or talk about something in a way that isn't clear and is more vague than anything else. So, no problem. Hope that's helpful, everyone. Cool. Cool. Now I'll look at it in the daylight. Da, 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 da. When I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. Yeah, I didn't even know Mehdi Hassan before the Jubilee debate, so I still don't know him. I do like Al Jazeera English for sure, though. Yeah, I see he used to be an editor at HuffPo. Yeah, Ariana Huffington, I think was her name. It's a very cool publication. He's a writer. He's probably a very smart guy, somewhat based or whatever. But yeah, Al Jazeera does a decent job bringing in a lot of different topics, a lot of different perspectives. You know, I don't know if they ever really capture or if they have to capture what I think of as sort of the national character or national interest in the words of Hans Morgenthau, which I'll repeat ad infinitum. But yeah, we should see it, right? This isn't trying to shift blame, but like if you want that lever of mobilizing some national forces, some sort of sense of identity against baseless conflicts or lack of transparency, a bad way to run a war, a really evil way to run a war, an evil way to mobilize an entire society to go to war, an evil way to do that. You have to capture what people's identity is actually like authentically when you get underneath it. Yeah, Bob likes Al Jazeera. Cool. Hell yeah. A little bit cool. Al Jazeera's all right. I like Al Jazeera. I like lots of news. I probably have PTSD from reading the news, but that's all right. We all good, baby. He was a lawyer in the UK, created a business, hired and fired a MSNBC guy, easily hassled by MAGA, and what a history. That's so tragic. We're talking about Mehdi Hassan on Jubilee. I don't know. Yeah, former Peacock guy, former MSNBC. Yeah, big guy. He's also a guy that's comfortable behind a typewriter. So, yeah, he's a great speaker, great debater, all this stuff. But yeah, not always clear if he needs sort of that framing and stuff to be successful. He's happy just going out and debating like in the Jubilee format. So good for him. I'm guessing he's got a big social media presence now or something. That's probably why Jubilee had him on in the first place, to be good faith to him and stuff. If I don't got any reason to judge him or whatever it is, Mehdi Hassan channel. The actual Mehdi Hassan channel. Bulwark, The Hill, The Bulwark. Piers Morgan humiliated by Mehdi Hassan. Zayt Zateo. He's on Sam Cedar with the Majority Report. He's on Jubilee. He's on Jubilee again. So I don't know who the hell Mehdi Hassan is. I don't know. I don't see him on YouTube. Hassan Minaj. I know Hassan Minaj. He's a comedian and reporter. He runs Zateo. Yeah, if anyone's joining the stream, feel free. Sorry to be all like, but yeah, feel free to say hi in chat, whatever. We're just hanging out or something. But yeah, everybody's welcome. Are you a young duck politician debater, Ducks Y? I think I would be better than a young politicians debater just because I'm first 35 years old. I studied political science, so that doesn't mean all that much, but because I'm able to have both a discussion as well as debate, that actually makes the debate portions a little stronger or better. So, yeah, I'm not saying that I would need to go do a political debate. I'm not saying that I know that for certain, but and I'm also not saying I'm actually interested in doing debates. It's an interesting question, but I don't exactly know why, and this is just saying it's a different style of discussion. I don't know where or why on like the panel verse, other than Monday, other than Raging Tomato. I would go to like have an actual debate. I don't know what I would say. Right? I would say my thing and then I would be done. So 35 is young. My son is 40. Okay, well, you got me on multiple counts there. So yeah, you got me on multiple counts there. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's cool. Congratulations on having a son who's 40. That's very exciting. That's a life accomplishment, I think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it is. Um, but yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Oh my God. Yeah, she's cool. Sarah's awesome. I like Sarah. I like Sarah and all that stuff. Yeah. So we got Bob He Is. We got Bob He Is, folks. Bob He Is, everybody. Thank you to everyone who responding to the poll. Did Clumsy double tap that screen? You can see we got 66% yes, 33% no, with 72 votes, folks. Good to see everybody. We're just hanging out, having a little political conversation at the duck pond. My name is Duck. You can call me Nate or Nathan or Duck or whatever, or you don't have to refer to me by names or emojis. I'll just talk. Ad infinitum, folks. Hulk Hogan passed away. Very sad. He lived longer than most Romans. He lived longer than most Egyptians. He lived longer than the Babylonians. He lived longer than Jesus. And yet Hulk Hogan is passed away. Same with Ozzy Osbourne. All that same stuff applies to Ozzy Osbourne. My factual basis of evidence and reasons to say that is facts. I'm still trying to find Mehdi Hassan on his own webpage. He probably does have a website. I'm guessing since he was a big dog doing big dog things. Zetio. Yeah, I don't know. Mehdi Hassan's cooked. Very popular guy online, though. Yeah, this guy's very popular online. Who knows? I'll jump on it next time. Next time Jubilee does something, I'll try to not get copyright stricken. Somebody said that this Jubilee debate felt like a Klan rally. I think the actual Klan rallies that happen feel like a Klan rally. We're gonna keep going. Even through politics is EUW. Cool. Cool. I did thumbs up. Hell yeah. Bob, TT, talk to you later. Cool. Yeah. Actual Klan rallies are Klan rallies. So, yeah, that's what that sounds like. That's what that is. Cool. All right. All right. He should have just entertained the fascists and have them a platform and a sounding board. Is that? I don't know who that is. Yeah, Mehdi Hassan's arguing with like former senators and stuff, so very different. Different type of introduction or whatever it is. You guys want to do any music stuff or something? I don't know. So just I'm curious. I'm gonna ask you guys bluntly because I do this too. Do you guys ever feel like YouTube is like a black hole? Because sometimes I'll sit and chat for like more than an hour, more than an hour. Like what you guys are doing on my channel, I do on other people's channel and stuff too. It's very cool, but like it's cool for YouTube and stuff, but it's also like I don't know. There's a lot of really high quality shows and educational content. There's stuff that goes a lot of different directions. So I'm not complaining, but yeah, we all live inside of a black hole. Hell yeah. Cool. And I'll stop the world and melt with you. Yeah. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. So I'll stop the world and melt with you. I'm just gonna stay on this page. I'm gonna try and do a whole stream and see if I can lose all of the subscribers on the fucking channel. Whoa, live it. I just googled. I don't have to tell you this, but I just googled fun songs to sing. I'm just gonna go through all these. I got a feeling, ooh, that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling, ooh, that tonight's gonna be a good night. I don't know, obviously. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking two together, 'cause we don't know how. And hey, hey, yeah, oh, hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, You think you got it, oh, you think you got it, but got it, just don't get it when there's nothing at all. Oh, 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 oh. We get together and oh, we stick together, but separate's just together when it's better at all. Oh, 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 oh. If what they say that nothing is forever, then what makes, then what makes, then what makes, then what makes, then what makes? Love the exception, so why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, are we still in denial when we're happy? Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know. And I'm feeling so naked in front of the crowd. This song is my diary, singing out loud. I don't love him. Winter just wasn't my season. Nice, crowd going up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's do some philosophy songs. How about we do philosophy songs now? No, I don't know. And you can't jump the tracks. We're like cars on a cable. In life's like an hourglass glued to the table. No one can find a rewind but now. So sing it if you understand. And breathe, just breathe. You're just as far in as you're just as far out. There's a mistake you're making. Rewind, but now. So sing it if you understand. Do you guys like Elton John at all? Making notes that rhyme? Hey, what's up, One Big Pond? Let's go, baby. Let's imply some madness. Let's go. I like Elton John quite a bit. He's pretty cool. Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody. Favorite tell musically. Cool. Yeah, it works. It works. Um, well, one can observe a separations, sorting, birds of a feather flock together loop. That's pretty cool. That's a cool idea for sure. Don't make me break out my mediocre guitar skills I've developed over the last 28 years. Yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, if you got a YouTube or whatever, you can drop that shit in chat or something, or I'll open up yeah, if you got a mic or something, I'll open up a yeah, one day we can do like an actual restream panel. Maybe I'll get a musician on or something. Yellow diamonds in the sky. We were standing side by side. Where'd the rest of it go? I don't even know. Is this the real life or just fantasy? Easy come, easy. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but Don't stop the world and melt with you. What about Gary Jules? I don't know if Bob's still here, but one day we can see if Bob is actually Gary Jules, or we can trade Bob for Gary Jules. I don't know if we want to get rid of Bob, but I don't know if anyone would be happy if we got rid of Bob. That would be pretty screwed up, but all around me I see different faces, something worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glass. No expression, no expression. Hide my head, I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. Oh. And I find it kind of, and I find it kind of, I don't know how to do that one. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. Oh. And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you. I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And I feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson? Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny. That's not a key change, is it? And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. Hey, look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I don't understand this song. Gary Jules, screw you. Michael Andrews, screw you. I don't understand your song. I'm sure if I had a guitar, I could pretend to understand it, but I don't understand this song actually. I don't have clarity through any of it, and I'm not a very good performer, but hey, what's up, Melina? Good to see you. Happy weekend and all that stuff too. I'm in a I don't know, we're having kind of fun and stuff. Everybody's being super cool tonight, but I'm the black sheep. I'm the anchor you guys are dragging tonight, so you need vocal lessons. Yeah, I need to stop smoking too. Both probably. Both. When you try your best but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. And the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? And lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. And high up above or down below. When you're too in love to let it go. But you never try, you never know just what you're worth. And lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. And lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. All right. Imagine Dragons. I shouldn't be so mean to those guys. And it was all yellow. I wrote a song. I wrote a song for you and all the things you do. And it was called Yellow. So then I took what a thing to done. And it was all yellow. He's saying that in an Irish accent. I don't have an Irish accent. You've gone mad. So take this sinking boat and point it home. We've still got time. Raise your hopeful voice. You've had your choice. You've made it now. Falling slow. That's if you guys are working on emotional maturity. I don't know. Maybe you're not. You're probably all older than me, but Once is a great show. Once is a great show. Once is a great music. It's a musical. It's one of those very ordinary stories, but it is removed enough that like you can watch it all the way through. There's music. It's not like kitschy. It's heavy enough that it's engaging. All that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna mess this one up. I'm not gonna even get like a single line of this one out because I don't understand it, but what was this one? Yeah, I'll put this one in chat just in case. Whoops. Say It To Me Now is from Musical Ones. That's a really good performance and stuff too. Angie, are you that atheist guy? Hey, what's up, Matheriant? Totally. Yeah, I can be the atheist dude. I am that atheist dude. I'm him, bro. If you guys don't want to hear me screw up trying to sing songs, if you guys want to do atheist stuff or theist stuff, religion, spiritual, atheist debates and stuff, it's Saturday. Whatever's clever, folks. Whatever's just a fun thing to do, even. You don't have to, I don't know. But this is what you're waiting for. Do, 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 do. And if you have something to say, you better say it to me now. 'Cause this is what you've waited for. Your chance to even up the score. And if these shadows fall on me now, I don't remember this one. 'Cause I'm picking up the message, Lord. And I'm closer than I've ever been before. So if you have something to say, it's too clean. Say it to me now. Just say it to me now. Oh. 'Cause I'm picking up the message, Lord. And I'm closer than I've ever been before. I didn't think about it. I didn't even think about it. Computational fail, folks. Let's go. All right. You're like 50 years old, bro. Yeah. I'm 35. I think I'm a little older than the average 35-year-old. Yeah. And that's not universally true. I've probably just been closer to homelessness than the average 35-year-old. College educated. I had a really great white collar career for a long time. Still been closer to homelessness. Yeah. Yeah. I think I internalized the sort of ordinary challenges that all people have in many stages of their life. So, you know, but yeah. I'm a queer heteronormative, so I'm straight, but I like queer ideology. It's fun. It's cool. Cis white, heterosexual, white dude, thereabouts. Not Californian for sure, but I know how to get hype and hyphy. I'm a former Roman Catholic, so cool question for sure. I haven't thought of it that way, and yeah, I'm an atheist too. So what's up? That's my race. That's my ethnicity for sure, dude. I'm a white dude. No offense. Not like proud to be white, right? I don't do white lives matter. It's like if you support cops, that's not saying blue lives matter. That's just saying you support cops. If you're saying black lives matter, then cool. You're saying black lives matter. I support you for supporting that. That's just a no offense there. Scandinavian. Uh I don't know, man. Not really, but that's kind of cool. What's your take on hey Jack Grim Sin? No, I'm not totally for it, like, at all. That's a really disgusting question. That's why that's what the YouTube auto moderator says it, and I will echo that. That question is really dark and inappropriate. We shouldn't be taking it on stream for reasons of TOS. For reasons of TOS. I'm not saying that it's like an ankle weight at all, but like, whatever. Yeah, wrestling news. I don't think I even said hi to you yet, but good to see you again. I don't know if you're a wrestler. I was a wrestler, so that's cool. I'd be scared of you in real life. No offense. If you started talking to me like a wrestler did. No, dude. What's up, Hazel? Good to see you. Slammed by BBC. We got the real life Mehdi Hassan in chat. No, I'm just playing. I'm trying to figure out where Mehdi Hassan lives online. I don't know how it came up, but I was talking about the Jubilee debate and stuff before. And like that guy literally has no online footprint. Used to be independent. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yo, bro, you got something on your tooth? Yeah. It goes day to day. It goes day to day. How my teeth are. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, nothing to see here says what's wrong with being from Cali? You've already been close to homelessness. Yeah, no offense. That's a cool take though. Yeah. I respect it because you respect it. So um Jack, no, I'm not a drug user. I'm a vegan. I live a very clean lifestyle these days. Have you guys heard that Jackson Brown song? I'm totally not gonna sing it, but somebody, if you ask me a question that sounds like a Jackson Brown song. These days I seem to think a lot about the things that I forgot to do. Have you guys heard that one? Oh, I'm getting older. Time's getting older too. These days I seem to think a lot about the things that I forgot to do. That's a good song. You guys see where I'm going with this? You guys want to sing this one? I don't know. Well, I've been out walking. I don't do that much talking these days. And these days I seem to think a lot about the things that I forgot to do. And all the times I had the chance to. And I had a lover. It's so hard to risk another these days. Now if I seem to be afraid to live the life that I have made in song, well, it's just that I've been losing for so long. Well, I'll keep on moving on. Things are bound to be improving these days. One of these days. These days I'll sit on cornerstones and count the time in quarter tones to 10. And don't confront me with my failures, I've not forgotten them. All right. What's the difference between an atheist? Hey, what's up, Robin Webster? Good to see you. I saw the picture you posted at the atheist conference, I think with Dave. So yeah, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. An atheist and an agnostic. An atheist, atheists say there's no God. Agnostics say you can't know. So who knows? Hey, thanks, Melina. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, cool. 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 Why is everyone in American society so religious? Everyone's talking about the religious things. Yeah, thanks, Robin. Yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, Americans, in some sense, our political ideology, the political sort of identity's always been very adjacent to Christianity. And so it's not only about manifest destiny and but in a very American sense, it's like, well, you have to know God if you own a business. If you work hard because God suggested that you're able to do that, you know. So maybe we can do an American political thought stream sometime. That's a really good idea. Good, really actually erudite question, Jack Van. Yeah, I did a junior fellowship at the honors college with I did, right? But yeah, I did. with my American political thought teacher. I don't remember a lot of it, but I got a really good grade in it. I very intuitively understood a lot of the arguments, I think, and I studied. I was a good student. It was a good class. I was a good student in that class, but you know, yeah. As I said above, the day the music died, we need to understand where we are actually joining hands. Yeah. Does thou say of religion? Bite thy tongue, pagan prince. Pagan prince in the chat. Show some respect. Bow down. Pay homage. Pay homage, folks. Oh, the god deception, control. No, no, no. He, 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 he. Yeah, let's go. What were, when we're, yeah, yeah. Opus Dei. Do you guys know Opus Dei? Um, I believe Tom Hanks, if I remember correctly, um, used to be a conspiracy theorist about Opus Dei. He used to believe that there was a an ancient Catholic organization that all kinds of really like weird, not globalist exactly, because it's Opus Dei, right? So it's different than globalism, but Tom Hanks was a crazy conspiracy theorist for a while about that stuff. No, everybody's really fine tonight, bro. Bro person, pagan prince, everybody's being awesome and stuff. We're just kind of hanging out, but yeah. Hey, humanity in crisis. Hope you're having a good day. I like the PFP and username. Very cool. Always trying to find ways to embrace reality and find a little optimism. So, just very cool. Kind of, you went out there and you did it like that, and so that's cool. Um, my favorite TV show. I loved Homeland. I loved Homeland, and I loved Narcos. Yeah. I'll tell you my 35-year-old male fantasies. Having a night totally to myself, um, getting ice cream, and like I don't even care if I have it on TV or a smartphone, but just streaming like Narcos or Narcos Mexico or Homeland and eating ice cream and tater tots. I like never do that, but you know, yeah. And so there's really good reasons why, like, just to be completely honest though, like, no. But yeah. Yeah. If we're thinking of more ecological friendly sins to have, yeah, I don't know. Maybe some freaking ice cream or cracker or French fry company that donates money to charity. And then if I can just stream Netflix, like I don't care about server costs at Amazon or Netflix. Screw you guys. Yeah, screw all of you. I don't care. I'm gonna watch a movie tonight and feel zero guilt. But yeah, are we sure that man was created in the image of God, or are we born of the earth, shaped by our upbringing and our best versions of ourselves? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. It sounds like you're in the middle of a deep thought, so I shouldn't have even responded to it. Um, yeah, whatever. I don't know. Nothing as it seems is the coma state of waking up. Cool. Um, uh, okay. Okay. What are we talking about? These days I seem to think a lot about the things that I forgot to do, and all the chance I had to. Well, I've been out walking. I don't do that much talking these days. We'll just do we'll do this one again. All right. I'm living low down and I'm using again. And I'm hating my name 'cause I'm cursed like my kin. And if I should see you before I'm condemned, I hope you're deceived by the webs that I spin. And I wish I was who I appear, 'cause I despise the man in the mirror. Lost deep inside my dirty old soul, some starry-eyed boy never taught self-control. The cost of my living was more than I planned, so I held the needle like a gun in my hand. And I wish I was who I appear, 'cause I despise the man in the mirror. The memories I've got torture my head. And I don't know God, but I heard he was dead. And if I am wrong, in judgment I stand. And I will not repent, 'cause I don't give a damn. You can send me to hell with the rest of my friends. And I wish I was who I appear, 'cause I despise the man in the mirror. I'm living low down and I'm using again. That's a beautiful song. That's by Benjamin Todd, Real Redneck. Yeah. Thank you. David Caveman. Cool. Cool. I'll have to look him up. I like there's some Iranian dude, Atheist Republic is another cool channel. If you guys are into that kind of stuff. Atheist Republic covers all kinds of topics. Really smart guy. He's very easy to listen to, very easy to learn with, learn from, build community with, that kind of stuff. So like huge glowing review. I think his name is Armin. He's also from Iran, so his perspective is also like unique, you know. But yeah, Atheist Republic. I'll look up this David Caveman guy as well. I don't know if he's on. I don't know. I'll have to look him up some other time. But whoops. And I wish I was who I appear, 'cause I describe the man in the mirror. I'm living low down and I David the Caveman Rickles. I don't see that. I see a fighter. I see a fighter. Am I a fighter? I don't think so. Maybe I'm not a fighter. Bam! That's a long lever right there, though, boy. That's a long lever right there, blood. That's a long lever right there, blood. What am I supposed to do? You watch Planet Peterson? He did Aussie? Oh, cool. Yeah, I like Planet Peterson. I seen him in Discord debates with Taco and stuff. And yeah, his channel's pretty crazy cool. So yeah, I like him. He's got awesome live streams. I'm very jealous of his stage as a creator and stuff, but he's also very, very cool or whatever. Hey, thanks, Humanity in Crisis. I appreciate you saying that. It's very nice. Yeah, thanks. Chat, do you think is that's funny? Hey, what's up, Big D? Yeah, Amen. Ocean Kaltoy, Armin. He used to host on Axe. Cool. Lost deep inside my dirty old soul. Some starry-eyed boy. Oh wow, this guy's got a better beard than I do. Pagan Prince, get out of here, bro. No offense. That's very cool. Used to host on X, yeah. Oh, go watch it. Yeah, this isn't an atheist channel specifically for any reason. Yeah, of course. I posted a video on an anti-theism argument, so I hope that clears up my position that I'm not anti-theist. If people ask, honestly, I'm secular atheist. I'm former Roman Catholic too. So yeah, that's what I do on my channel. So that's how I feel. Yeah. See you, Robin. Have a great night. Yeah, AXP. I gotta catch up on some of the I try to stop in on some of those that side of the YouTube universe, the atheist shows and stuff like that. Am I an apology? Yeah. Okay. I just don't want to hijack atheist fun time. No, no. I was watching Mark Reed debate tonight. I don't know if you know. I mean, if you're on that space, so you might know Mark Reed. I was watching Mark Reed earlier tonight. He's very cool guy, nice guy. But yeah, ooh, you know, uh, no, I go to Breakfast Tacos channel if I need to spurg out on atheism or whatever it is. For some reason, I can't manage myself. I'll usually try to stop in and say hi on his channel. I got the blue bar and the wrench and stuff there. So I will, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. If you want, Bob. I don't know if you want. I mean, I don't know what I did. I just felt the Holy Spirit a little bit. Maybe it's my former Roman Catholicism. So whatever. There we go. Not an atheism channel. That easy, folks. That's how it's done, folks. Let's go. Let's go. What do we do here? I don't know. I think Robin and Taco might be the only like atheist mods. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. All right, guys. Should we do more music? More music. More music. More music. Okay. You think God is a rigid designator? What is a rigid designator? Rigid designator, a term that identifies the same object or individual in every possible world. A rigid designator. And so this is like modal logic or something. Total modal logic. Hey, what's up, Funky Fresh Beauty? Good to see you. Hope you're well. God is a rigid designator? Not necessarily. No. That's a good question, Ben. Ben? No, I mean it's hard because if you take like William Lane Craig, I forgot what Plantinga's on this stuff. Those are the only two I obviously know. On God, bro. But like with William Lane Craig, if you axiomatically think of a maximally great being necessitated from reality itself, from any sense of semantic meaning or whatever it is, then yeah, that seems like a fairly rigid designator, assuming that the rules of logic are a non-physical sort of fact. There's some they're talking about something real or whatever. I don't know. But then, yeah, with Plantinga, he says a properly basic belief, meaning it doesn't require proof or evidence to be considered rational. I think that's better than William Lane Craig's argument just because of what the neuropsychology of spirituality and religion is. It's like, sure, I can grant you guys all that stuff. I don't know. I'd have to think more about it. Quite a bit probably, but yeah, I don't see why, right? Like if you think of a minimally necessitated God, that's my favorite version of God, even as a pretty fierce secular atheist. Like I can take up an anti-theist position oftentimes. And so like a minimally necessitated God means that well, if you have to maintain a description of complexity and there's something that doesn't overmine that, but that supervenes on why complexity is possible, well, that might be like God, but then it's ultimately still something that's connecting to like a form of naturalism or naturalistic style knowledge or facts about the world, these descriptions of reality. So, and then that's not rigidly designated. You don't have eternal descriptions. That's that's like, I don't know if Philip Goff takes that sort of route, but yeah. Ben, where'd you go? You can't ask me that kind of question and totally dip out. I'm too ADD to. I hate saying that kind of stuff, but yeah. Yeah, you're famous now, Humanity in Crisis. Yeah. Everybody on the channel, please do welcome Humanity in Crisis, our newest mod. Just proving we are not an atheist universe channel and all this stuff. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you. Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right. All right. You almost threw me off my fake Navy SEAL, my fake frogman stuff because I saw your question and I was like, oh, this is one of those stupid debate words. But then I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's Saul Kripke. It's Kripke, right? Saul Kripke. So, no, yeah, but yeah. So yeah, it's interesting because if you overmine what it means to have an object or something essential capable of knowledge in possible worlds, well, then you can also say that this rigid designate, like what designation actually is that you're actually describing about a rule set and something that's really unimportant, something without really semantic meaning at all, which is why something could be said to be essential. Um, so if God is in, I don't know if this is right, but if God is a rigid designator, just in that sense or whatever too, like it's probably true that like if God is if God is a rigid designator in the sense that it has to mean something sort of essential for some reason, um and yeah, who knows, um yeah, it could just be the case that when you look at all possible worlds in that sense, I don't know if I don't know, something about like whatever it's called, like God is still talking about what makes God minimally or maximally necessitated or not contingent or somehow capable of being described in those worlds. But it's also the same thing, it's almost like a newer form of Spinoza's God, where it's like, well, yeah, yeah, it's all nature. This is technically a natural description. Yeah, just because I'm saying that like particles are mathematical, but they're only particles when you can tell me why it is that way, right? I don't know. CERN, antimatter, green stuff. Lost deep inside my dirty old soul. Some starry-eyed boy never taught self-control. The cost of my living was more than I planned, so I held a needle like a bun in my hand. And I wish I was who I appear, 'cause I despise the man in the mirror. I'm living low down and I'm using again. Yeah. You guys like Aloe Black? I'm gonna fuck this up too, but give it a go. Feel my way through the darkness. Got a bright beating heart. I can tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. Tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes, and that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I've been finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when it's wiser and I'm older. All this time I've been finding myself, but I didn't know I was lost. Tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only have two hands. Hope I get a chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could be forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made in everyone. Yeah, that's hard to understand, Ben. That's why I hate philosophy YouTube a little bit. Is that's like a really dense thing to say. Like it's a very, to me, maybe it's not, right? Like philosophers will get it instantly, but I think it probably should be a rigid designator, but might not be conventionally since people mean different things when they refer to God. Yeah, this is my important idea that I have. And it has a life of its own. It came from someplace or something like that. Um, it produces or has explanations. Um, yeah, it might have its own contingencies and stuff like that. I don't know if that is one of the things that needs to be in some like an argument like that, but I don't know. I don't. Robot Nate Duck doesn't have a programming sequence. BDSM, not Ben. BDSM, not Ben. Just kidding, Ben. I don't know Ben. uh, I don't know. So yeah, yeah. Think of it as the difference between God always picking out the same being a God, picking out some being with a set of properties the other identifies with it. Yeah. I think of it as the difference between God always picking out the same being versus God picking out some being with a set of properties that other identifies with it. Yeah, that's crazy. Um, I don't know. Yeah, it's metaphysics. Yeah, cool. Uh, yeah, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that's a very thick statement as well. Um, yeah. All right. Uh, okay. Uh, Probably why there are 7 viewers. Hard to construct. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a Muslim, but it's very chill vibe here. Let's go. Let's go. Cool. Yeah. All right. Assalamu alaikum. I don't know if you are Farkan or Arabic speaker or neither, but Assalamu alaikum, I think, I hope, whatever. Because you're a mod, so you have mod power. People trying but not knowing how. Alaikum salam, cool. I like that. That's dope. I like it. Cool. Cool. Yeah, because I have the beard. Yeah. Yeah. Because I have the beard. Yeah. Ben DeSell in chat says, I lean more towards being a rigid designator just because I don't think all the arguments for God's existence need each other. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a cool argument right there. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, that like intuitively makes sense. I feel like that's an argument that could like literally that could be like a research paper that someone spends like 3 months on. But it's also um yeah, that's very cool. Kind of you look like Jesus. I don't look like Islam. Say Nate Duck looks like is no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. No. I'm Nate Islam. No, I'm not, but it's good to see you. Rohel or Rogel. If God is the first cause, I don't see why it would need to be omnipotent. That's exactly right. Cool. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. Um it's also yeah. Um it's also the case there then if you're making that same argument then God would be particular as well, right? You're using lowercase God and I don't know if like you're meaning to, but what because I do the same thing, but like if God is the first cause, um, that God would be particular in the world in some sense as an explanation. So maybe you need God for Starbucks, but you don't need God for Starbucks with a lid, right? Or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, God made a coffee bean, but God didn't make a coffee cup. I don't know. Yeah, that's cool as fuck. Oops, sorry. But then it's also true that but this is where the conversations look very different because uh God God's I could also just say, well, if we're doing this, God isn't omnipotent, but he's a cause in the universe. Well, why isn't everything just an argument? Why isn't everything just complexity? It's some computational or system like macro system of systems level something or another. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right. Um yeah. So um yeah. Yeah. I don't know that the signification matters like it might be the case that this is just like a grammatical critique versus like a criticism or something like that, but I don't know. I wouldn't know. Nobody actually knows. Any libertarians in chat? Are any of you guys libertarians? Because human imagination, though I wish wasn't limited, isn't it isn't it limited? I consider my independence libertarian. Cool. There's a lot of libertarian atheists. Penn Jillette is a very famous atheist libertarian, very anarcho-skeptical kind of guy, all that kind of stuff. Very handsome man. He's very handsome all the time. So, you know. What does liberty mean? The freedom without. Uh, yeah. Locomotion according to Hobbes. According to Hobbes's Leviathan is locomotion. Let's go. All right. That's dope. Double tap like if anybody wants to subscribe, of course. while we're talking about how handsome I am, the man on your screen, folks. Um, the man on your screen, folks. Let's go. Let's go a little bit. I'm unaffiliated. Okay, unaffiliated. All right. So, okay. So, yeah, that's cool. All right. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Trump is president right now, so you know, yeah, we can show the same respect for the man Trump that we do for anyone while in the office of president. Of course, that means more support sometimes, probably more critiques and criticism other times. Yeah, we should be empathetic about the workload and stuff like that that he has. At the same time, even if speech isn't action, it's still a representation that sort of reflects back on the United States. Um, and yeah, if that's the bottom of the pyramid, if we're trusting Trump as a leader and a speaker, there's probably good reasons to again both support him radically sometimes, but also from the office of the president be extra critical in the way that we support that office. So yeah, not bend the rules of physics for a person. Or bend them away. Bend them all day, folks. Let's go. Guys, aren't you sick of the two-party system? No, definitely not. 0% chance. I love the two-party system. I love America. And I'm proud to be an American, 'cause at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the ones who died. I took a pill in Ibiza to show Avicii I was cool. And when I finally got older, felt 6 years older. Fuck it, it was something to do. I'm living out in LA. I drive a sports car just to prove that I'm a real big baller, 'cause I took $1 million and I spent it on girls and booze. 'Cause you'll never be fly like us, and you'll never be high like us. You don't wanna be stuck up on a roller coaster all alone. No, feeling a do. Hmm, hmm. So, Uh, today and every day, you lift my heart up when I know that when the rest of me is down. And you enchant me even when you're not around. If there are boundaries, I will try to knock them down. I'm latching on, babe. Now I know what I have found. I feel we're close enough. It now I've got you in my space. I won't let go of you. Got you shackled in my embrace. I'm latching on to you. Feel so enamored, hold me tight within your clutch. Wow. Wow. Cause I'm growl. Yeah, I'm row. I'm grr. I'm row. Yes, I'm row. I love this song. I love Sam Smith. I love Lech. He's the best. Got me like round. Got me like round. Got me like round. Where are the old people on YouTube? Jesus Christ. Have you guys seen that meme trend? Got me like grr. Got me like rawr. I can't roll my R's. Got me like rawr. Got me like whoa. Got me like whoa. Got me like whoa. Got me like whoa. Hey, what's up, Caleb Medell? There's no two-party system. That is a distraction and an illusion. People actually in charge are the technocratic super elites and the Zionists. Got me like got me like got me like all right, guys, if you guys want to go ahead, I'm not hunting for anything, but please do go ahead and hit the like button, whatever. Double tap your screen or double tap whatever it is. I don't think so, but you know. Got me like all right. I think so. I don't, not really, but yeah. I mean, like look. Be good. Boop. Boop. My third eye is all the way open right now, folks. There's an awakening. Not only is queer culture, in the case of Sam Smith, having willed out and demonstrated that support for beautiful ideas like inclusion are possible, I feel we're on the edge of moving into a form of social organization that is trans ideological. We don't even have to reference liberalism. We don't have to reference most things. Most things, of course. We don't have to reference Noam Chomsky. We don't have to reference ideas about theology or about history. We can just understand events that might transpire. But this is with fidelity. It's relative to things, terms like justice, terms of art. Folks, I am not going to be a cult leader during that, unless it pays well. I don't think it would be YouTube. I think it would be TikTok. There's a lot of baddies on TikTok. Baddies with credit cards hooked up. Gat. Go to TwitchCon, get some followers. Launch up the secular humanism platform agnostic scam, folks. Let's launch up the tech API stuff. Let's go. Can you recognize the ends it has traversed always? Rasputin. Tato Cardona. ¿Qué ondas? ¿Qué bien? Is that right? I don't know. What's up? Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know. Got me like got me like what's your guys' favorite like dance trend of all time? I'm not trying to be like too internet or whatever, but so here's the white hate groups in the United States based on Southern Poverty Law Center, groups listed in a variety of other categories, including Ku Klux Klan, neo-Confederate, neo-Nazi, racist skinhead, and Christian identity could also be fairly described as white nationalist. So Christian identity is, I wonder what makes Christian identity white nationalist specifically. This mentions Nick Fuentes, mentions Patriot Front and Thomas Rousseau, the National Justice Party. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I believe in that for sure. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I say that. I didn't say that. All right. I don't know. Shouldn't have said it. What the fuck? Can't do that. Certain failure, man. Certain failure. I have no prospects in life. Please help me. I have no prospects in life. Thank you. I buy used shoes. I barely can buy used shoes. Men. Electricity bills. Whatever. We got 2 hate groups in Arizona, but you ain't clickable. This ain't no graph. This ain't no graph. Where you at, mofo? So Patriot Front is in Arizona. So we got one of the big white supremacist groups, according to SPLC. Where was the other one? I'm just looking at my home state for convenience sake. So only listed once, of course, but mofo, where are we at? So there's Countercurrents Publishing in San Francisco. So you got some white supremacists up in the Bay, not too far off of Palo Alto, some of the best school districts. Active Club. I don't know this one. Let me look up Active Club, Arizona Nazi. I'm gonna put Nazi stuff in my Google search. So Google. So Google doesn't put me on a list. Active Club Network, Nazi ideologies. Rondo continues. So the Anti-Defamation League and NPR is the second. NPR is the second entry here. So this is part of the reason why we should support public radio. In late May, a group of young male neo-Nazis converged outside a bookstore in Bozeman, Montana to protest a drag queen story hour. Later that day, they hit a similar event in Livingston, Mont. The second weekend in June, the groups targeted the Lewis County Pride Festival in Centralia, Washington. A week after that was a Wind River Pride event in Lander, Wyoming. And the following weekend, there were Oregon City Pride, not far from Portland, Oregon, folks. These men dressed in tactical gear and masks were members of the so-called Active Club, a term that may be relatively new to American audiences. They are a strand of white nationalist movement that has grown quickly during the last 3 years, that has quickly taken their message of hate into a more public view. So these decentralized cells emphasize MMA training to ready their members for violence against perceived enemies. Okay, wow. That's pretty obvious. If that reporting's accurate, you say, yeah, we train in MMA. Who knows? It's not just about confidence, but we actually believe this is sort of like militia-like behavior. And then you appear in public in, tactical gear. I understand it. So that's not confusing. Stephen Pigot, a researcher, of course, with the Western State Center National Civil Rights Org, has closely tracked the evolution in the Pacific Northwest. They're really focused on a couple of things, says Pigot. One is centering, organizing, and trying to recruit people through combat sports, but also preparing for political and racially motivated violence. All right, cool. That's not that cool. Cool. Those that have protested LGBTQ gatherings in the Pacific Northwest states call themselves the Northwest Nationalist Network. They've been among the most emboldened to bring their activities in the streets, but groups in Arizona, there we go, California, Pennsylvania, Tennessee have also been notably active. And recently, two new networks have been announced: the Dixie Alliance, a group for the southern states, and the Midwest Network. These clubs are decentralized and they're forming on their own, says Morgan Moon, investigative researcher at the Anti Defamation League, which estimates that there are active clubs now in at least 30 states. Yeah, so they're saying this is hooliganism for European folks or whatever. Very cool. Very sick wake up call, of course. Yeah, everybody's doing the work for us already. Michigan's in the rear view. No. I know this feeling from long ago. So when she calls, don't send her my way. And when it hurts, you know it's the right thing. Michigan's in the rear view now. Oh, keep your hands where I can see 'em. You took the words right out my mouth when you knew that I would need 'em. So what am I supposed to do now? Without you, without you. All right, we are at 4 hours, guys. My phone's probably getting tired. I've got a mic plugged in this whole time, so I appreciate all of you as much as I appreciate all of me doing all of this. Fuck that phone, right? Yeah. No, fuck out of here. No, but yeah, I appreciate. Hey, what's up, James Reacher? Yeah, good to see you. I was just like shutting the stream down. It was gonna be pretty abrupt. It was gonna be pretty abrupt. That was the one thing that my battery life earned. But yeah, thanks everybody so much for joining tonight. This was a fun stream. It's always cool when it's chill for like 3-4 hours. I hope you guys had a little bit of fun. Thank you for staying. I appreciate you guys obviously supporting the stream. There's tons of great channels on YouTube and stuff. So yeah, it's always cool to see you guys stay. I never want to make it feel like, some weird streams people feel obligated to say. So Taha Dalvi, what's your name, buddy? Hey, Duck, I'm your buddy Duck, Nathan, whatever. Channel's Ducks Y. And yeah. Yeah, and you have a good morning as well, James. Just gonna get that out of there real quick. Usually very cool about that kind of stuff if you have to. So, but yeah, yeah. So yeah, and yeah. So just to summarize the stream, we had some cool talks about philosophy, religion, uh, meditative sort of practices, theology, atheism, secularism, and we closed. I read an article about hate groups active across the United States from SPLC, and yeah, yeah, and it's great, So yeah, so yeah, always good to see everybody here, and missed the stream, but I hope you had a good one. But yeah, cool. Yeah, I was gonna go drop into Kel's stream, drop in, say what's up if she's still live. I saw her. I have my Chromebook open. I saw her on whatever it is. Yeah. So yeah. That's it. Yeah, if you guys want to double tap the stream to like, thank you so much for the 50 likes. That's very cool. Thank you, and thank you. Yeah, for the 50 likes. And if you guys want to subscribe to catch the next one, God bless Elliot. We are just closing off the stream, my friend. We're just closing off the stream. If you want to join the next one, feel free to subscribe. And yeah, I want to get close to religion. What can I do? Taha Dalvi, I don't have tip or advice for you. What I would say is, yeah, be comfortable exploring spirituality inside and outside of that context. I'm a secular atheist, so look for collinear or co-evolving or non-linear ways where just normal life or a belief or understanding of science, of cosmology, um, your view of what the universe and reality must be like seems to intersect with the spiritual. Yeah, there's not a rush. There also shouldn't be a stigma. And yeah, I agree with that. And we should also be able to sort of delineate what a fact or a feeling is about. Nothing's wrong with facts or feelings. So good luck. From your American terrorism support illegal. You're from America, terrorism supports. You're saying terrorism. Yeah, Vishnu, Mister. I don't know what you're saying. If you want me to defend ICE right now, thanks, Elliot. Yeah, cool. We'll see you on the next stream. Excited to get to know you, and yeah, it'll be cool to get to know you and all that stuff. Uh, whatever, not gonna be next to each other, besties, but maybe we are, bro. Maybe we are. You know, who knows? I don't claim to predict the future. But yeah, I said I was gonna end the stream. So Vishnu, Mister, I'd love to talk about ICE or immigration. It's a heavy topic. We did touch on Palestine, so I'll try and think about some of that bullcrap for future streams or whatever. But we did a lot. I did a lot of singing. I hope you guys sing a little bit. Just if you have a little music in your head, don't go overboard, right? Don't detach from reality. I'm not trying to be prescriptive or descriptive about any of that crap, but everybody has that one annoying friend from high school who's really cool. Maybe he, she, they're kind of hot. No offense, but they sang all the time. So I know that's me in this case. I know I'm the hot guy that sings on YouTube, right? No offense, right? But for being honest, yeah. So yeah, just explore your own musical styling and brand and stuff. And yeah, figure out what it is that, kind of makes your creative musical brain go crazy, dude. Right? No offense, but you know, you got me like, got me like, got me like, yeah. So, yeah, and just again, support the creator universe. You guys are doing good in your life. You know, Yeah, drop it in the comments. If your family is Aramco expats, I don't know if that's what you guys are telling me right now. I'm trying to connect to you guys. But if your family or you are a Saudi Aramco expat and you're really wealthy, definitely keep coming to the stream because when I'm monetized, you're going to want to give me your money. So, and when I'm broke, right, when I can't pay my electricity and I put that PayPal link or whatever, you guys are still going to want to give me your money. So keep coming to the stream. You got me like, you got me. I'm yeah, that's all you guys. You guys rock. You guys are awesome. From me to you. Let's shut it down. 12:22 my time. Have a good one. Take care. Bye. Shut up.